Tennis superstar Novak Djokovic is officially out of the US Open.
Novak Djokovic has come out and he has announced that he will not be playing the US Open.
Sasha Zverev has withdrawn from this year's US Open.
Serena Williams, she is announcing her retirement from tennis after the US Open, obviously her home tournament.
I think that her legacy is really wide to the point where you can't even describe it in words. I think I'm a product of what she's done. I wouldn't be here without Serena Venus. I'm very thankful to her.
A lot of other players in the field, have the belief I can do that too. I think what we achieved shows that, anything can happen really.
It's time!
First thing I did when I got home from work is I changed to the Rafa hat, the Rafa top.
Emma Raducanu.
And she's just beaten Serena Williams and Azarenka. This is the biggest talking point. Nick Kyrgios on the same section as Daniil Medvedev. Who do you think is going to win the US Open this year? He answered Carlos Alcaraz. I mean, it's still the young guns. Rafa has got a nice draw. I'm a massive Layla fan.
Garcia is incredible. I put a bet on Garcia to win the US Open.
Rafael Nadal is going to win the US Open this year.
Rafael Nadal comes back from the depths yet again.
We've both gone for the same guy. I've got Linda, you've got Linda.
It's Serena Williams! One of the biggest matches in US Open history, JG.
Let's be honest, she's the greatest of all time.
It's into the net. Serena takes the first set. Come on!
She's got it!
Yes! Come on!
Serena Williams will play another singles match. She blew me away. I was surprised. The greatest of all time turned up.
Nadal has to be considered a favorite.
Rafa for 23. Let's go, Ben. Come on.
Hey, welcome back, tennis fans. And tonight we are enjoying the matchup between Denis Shapovalov and Andrey Rublev, the 9th seed against the 19th seed. They already started, and we can see Shapovalov already playing very aggressive. We saw him going for a winner return in the first shot. It seems like he's not in tonight for rallies at all. He wants to make this quick, as we already stepping in, and he puts that away for a winner, and it's 15-40, and that means that it's already 2 break point opportunities here for Denis Shapovalov. Andrey Rublev already under pressure in his serve. Welcome everybody for joining me tonight. Tell me in the chat, what is your prediction for this matchup between Denis Shapovalov and Andrey Rublev? As Andrey Rublev hits a massive forehand into the forehand of Shapovalov, he opts for the slice, but is not able to retrieve that ball back, and it's first break point saved for Andrey Rublev. Let's see whether Denis Shapovalov can get a run here quickly in this match. As we know, he will be playing aggressive. The big question is, however, how many errors will he bleed due to his aggressive game, as Rublev is serving at break point number 2. The scoreline on the TV is behind, but it seems like the play is in sync, as we see that serve is not returned by Shapovalov, and this means that we are now at deuce. So it's 2 break points saved there by Andrey Rublev. Andrey Rublev now serving at deuce, as he serves a big serve to the backhand of Shapo. He's able to get the ball back, but Rublev is able to step in and hit it away for a winner at the net, as he wins now 3 points in a row on his serve, and he has advantage. Big serve there by Rublev to the backhand of Shapovalov. And he almost touched the net there, and we know that if you touch the net, then you lose that point. So it's lucky there by Rublev that he was just able to ensure that he doesn't touch the net, as he's now serving at advantage to the backhand of Shapovalov, who's also not able to get that ball back into play. And Rublev holds in his first service game. 2 break points opportunities there for Shapovalov, not able to convert any of them. Will that become costly? We'll have to wait and see. Leslie, welcome in the chat, saying, good evening, not met yet. Okay, hi Leslie, my name is Haman, but I'm the best Rublev fan ever. Has a chance against Shapovalov. He definitely has a chance. I think he's favorite in terms of the bettings, which goes for that sense. So yes, I think he is the favorite. I think it all depends on which Shapovalov turns up tonight. We know that he's so talented. He can rush people off court, but we know that he's also in not the greatest form the past few months, you could say, where he has lost so many matches since his victory against Nadal on clay. So we'll have to see which Shapovalov pitches. But Rublev also maybe not in the best form lately, having played a 5-setter against against Jer in the first round, but then a straight sets affair against Kwon in the second round. Shapovalov, not the easiest start to this US Open this far. He started with a 5-setter against Usler, and then another 4-setter against Karabalev-Biana. So also a tough start for Denis Shapovalov. So it makes this a very, very difficult match to call, as Shapovalov is able to get the first point on his serve. Manor is saying that Kvitova just won an epic tiebreak. All right, was that the second or the third set? I assume it was the third set then that she won against Muguruza. Unfortunately, I missed the later end of that match. So yes, my name is Haman. It should be also displayed on my, you can see like it's displayed as text there on my video over there. So usually I do like my streams in my office where I have like a nice mic setup, etc. Currently I am at home, so my setup is a bit different than usual. As Rublev is stepping in and he takes that away for a winner. I think it was Shapovalov who opted for the drop shot, but Rublev was able to get there in time with his speed and he gets that point, and that means that it's now 15-all. I saw also the match that Shapovalov played against Andy Murray in Cincinnati. And Shapovalov, no, it wasn't against Andy Murray. It was against Daniel Medvedev. And he opted for a lot of serve and volleys, but not a lot of them were successful, I must say. He really struggled with his volleys. So we'll have to see today whether he will be able to improve his volleys as he serves big to the backhand of Rublev. That's a great return by Rublev, who now heads to the forehand of Shapo, but Rublev just overcooks that. And that means that it's 30-15 for Shapovalov on his serve. Okay, Manoris saying it was a third set tiebreak, 13-11. Wow, that must have been insane. I must say, I've seen the first set and a bit of the second set, and it was very, very high quality tennis as far as I could see. But yeah, I mean, that should have been insane to watch it in the end. I assume it was quite a lot of drama. Obviously, both of them being such legends in the game, having their respective Grand Slams in the past. As Shapo is now serving to the backhand of Andrey Rublev. Once again, a very, very good return there by Rublev. Nice and deep. Shapo going for the slice. Rublev stepping in with a forehand to the backhand of Shapo. And is that in by Shapo? I think it was. I think it was just in there. No, it was just wide by Shapovalov with his one-handed left backhand. So it was just wide, and that means that it's 30-all on the serve of Shapovalov. Rublev so far, I must say, returning very, very well, getting it back with not just a lot of power, but also a lot of depth there by Rublev. Shapo now serving at 30-all as he serves to the forehand of Rublev. Was that serve in? Yeah, seems like it was, and that means that it's 40-30. I see the scoreline is doing strange stuff here on the screen. I know it happened with Ben's stream earlier as well, so hopefully that will fix itself later on. But the score now is 40-30 on the serve of Shapovalov as he is serving to the backhand of Rublev. It's a good return then again. Rublev with the backhand now to the forehand of Shapo. It clips the net. It's just in. Rublev now with the forehand to the backhand of Shapo, who goes cross-court. Rublev now with a big forehand cross-court. Shapo going for a slice with his backhand. Now Shapo with a forehand to the backhand of Rublev, who goes for a big backhand Rublev down the line, but it just clips the net. It does not go over, and it's point there to Shapovalov. Big hitting by both players this far. Shapovalov is able to hold his service game, and it is 1-all. All right, 1 game all. I must say the level has been quite high this far for this match. Let's hope that they both can keep it up. Tell me in the chat, who are you rooting for today? Are you a Rublev fan? Are you a Shapovalov fan? And also tell me, what do you think is going to happen in this match? Very, very difficult to predict indeed, as Rublev is able to get the first point on his serve. Grace clearly is a Rublev fan. Let's see whether he can pull this through. Here are the third round of the US Open. Rublev serving at 15 love to the backhand of Shapo, not able to get that ball back, and it is 30 love. And it will be interesting to note whether Rublev opts to serve mostly to the backhand of Shapovalov, as that is probably the more difficult serve to get back from Shapo's perspective. Rublev now serving at 30 love. That's a fault second serve. Second serve, he serves to the backhand of Shapo. It's a cross-court return there by Shapo. Well done, stepping in. Rublev not able to do anything with that return as Rublev hits it long on the return. And it is 30-15 for Andrey Rublev. And we'll have to keep in mind that Shapovalov did have 2 break points opportunities in the first service game, which he was not able to capitalize. Rublev now serving at 30-15. That's a big serve. It's an ace there by Andrey Rublev. Great stuff there and great power as it is now 40-15 with a 121 miles per hour serve there by Rublev. 40-15, 1 game all. Rublev serving as he serves to the forehand of Shapo, and that's too big. Nothing that Shapo can do about that. And Rublev holds his serve and he leads in this set 2-1.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine. Rublev. Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine. Andrey Rublev.
All right, so both players looking quite well this far at 2-1. Andrey Rublev serving as they now exchange ends. Thank you everybody for joining me tonight for the stream. If you're enjoying this coverage, please consider hitting the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you're new for a lot more coverage coming your way by Game to Love for this, not this US Open only, but all the tournaments that are going to still happen for the remainder of the year. And we've got so many juicy tournaments still coming up. I see the scoreboard there is once again doing funny things. It is currently 2-1. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about the scoreboard. It is automated. So we can't manually fix that when it does some funky things. So we have some quite nice tennis tournaments after the US Open coming our way as well. We have the Laver Cup, which is going to be very interesting with the big 4 participating for Team Europe. We have Federer, we've got Djokovic, we've got Nadal, we've got Murray, and then we have Team World. Tell me also, what do you think is going to happen in the Laver Cup? Is it going to be a clean slate victory for Team Europe once again, or will Team World have something up their sleeves? And then we have also interesting tournaments like the Basel Open, where Federer is going to perform again, which is going to be interesting, etc. Peaches, member supporting Rublev, but Delta, no, Shapo fan over there. As Shapovalov will be serving 1-2 on serve, currently behind in the set, as he serves to the forehand of Rublev. Oh, it's a great return there by Rublev. Rublev now with a backhand to the backhand of Shapo. Rublev cross-court with a forehand. Shapo with a slice backhand. Rublev now with a forehand to the backhand of Shapo, who goes for cross-court forehand. Shapo stepping in, but Rublev is there with a backhand. Shapo now in no man's land. He retreats, and Shapo overcooks that ball with his backhand, and it's love 15. I must say, so far, great returning there by Andrey Rublev, and then putting pressure on Shapo from the very first point of his service game. Gerald also being a Shapo fan there in the chat. Love 15, Shapovalov serving. As the service clock runs down, he serves to the forehand of Rublev. Rublev is able to get that back, but Shapo is a backhand to the forehand of Rublev, who hits it in the net by Rublev, and it's 15-all. Always tricky when you have a right-hander and a lefty playing against each other to then commentate, like, is it the forehand, is it the backhand? Because you have to make that, always remember, wait, this is a lefty, so it's the other way around to commentate. So we'll be making a few mistakes relating to whether it's a backhand or a forehand. As Shapo is serving at 15-all, and says a fault second serve, and they show on the shot clock that Shapo is taking his time, so you should be careful. Second serve for Shapo at 15-all. Shapo serves to the backhand of Rublev, and was that serve in? Seems like it was in, so poor return there by Rublev, which is unlike how he's been returning this far this match, and it's 30-15 for Denis Shapovalov, the 19th seed. Shapo serving. He serves to the backhand of Rublev. Shapo stepping in with a big forehand cross court. Rublev nowhere near that ball. It's a big winner there by Shapovalov, and it is 40-15. Bit of post-traumatic stress. When I say 40-15, Federer fans will know. Shapo serving 40-15 as he serves to the forehand of Rublev, but it's a fault. Second serve. Second serve. He serves to the backhand of Rublev, who returns at Shapo, stepping in with the forehand, but now he retreats. Shapo now with the forehand to the forehand of Rublev, who goes down the line. Shapo now with a backhand cross court to the forehand of Rublev, who goes down the line. Shapo's able to get the ball back, though. No, Shapo, it's just long, and it's all due to a massive forehand by Rublev down the line, as Shapo is not able to handle that pace, and it is 40-30. Let's now see Shapo serving at 40-30. Shapo serves a fault, second serve. He says the backhand of Rublev, who returns it in the net, and that means that it is Denis Shapovalov who holds once again, and it is 2 games all in this first set. Good serving there, getting Shapovalov out of trouble. But Rublev also showing signs of hitting big forehands tonight. All right, Amy saying that both the players have struggled a bit this year. Despite rankings, I put them even, rooting for Rublev. Yeah, it's very, very difficult to call. As you say, they both are so talented, but also they are really struggling this year, especially like Shapovalov after his victory against Nadal. He's just been losing. And as for Rublev, it's a pity he couldn't participate in Wimbledon, so we don't know what he would have done over there. But all things considered, I would also say he will be a bit disappointed with these results this far in 2022. It will be interesting to see, and we know that the winner of this match will play Cam Norrie, who was able to get through against, who did he play against again? Against Holger Rune, and he won straight sets previously today. So the winner of this match will be playing Holger Rune, he will be playing Cam Norrie in the 4th round, and then we know that the winner of that match will most probably be playing Rafael Nadal in the quarterfinal, which could be very interesting because I feel like if we look at like Norrie or Shapo or Rublev, which of them have the best chance to get someone with the likes of Nadal? And I would say probably someone with the likes of Rublev or Shapo. As Shapo returns that ball into the net, and it's a very, very quick service hold there by Andrey Rublev. In fact, it is a game to love. All right, as they go to the changeover, both players holding their serve this far in this set. Only 2 breakpoints opportunities this far, both to Shapovalov on the serve of Rublev, but we're not able to convert any of them. Let's see what other results are currently happening in the US Open. So we know that Kvitova was able to beat Muguruza in a final tiebreak set, 12-10. That is absolutely insane. Currently, let's see what other matches are currently playing live. We have Juan against Pegula. So there, Pegula is leading 3-love in the second set. And it seems like that's it. So currently, we only have 2 matches currently in play, which is quite interesting to note. Hey, David, nice to have you in the chat. I've seen like you've done marathon sessions throughout this tournament. Well done. I don't know how you do it. Like my voice is so sore after one stream, and you just keep on going, and you have some marathon matches as well in there. For example, the Sinner one. I mean, that was just ridiculous. It just didn't end. But yeah, nice to have you in the chat. So yeah, the hope Chapo wins this one, I'll say in 5 sets. Yeah, I hope, like for Chapo's case, in my prediction in my fantasy league, I do have Chapo taking Nadal out in the quarterfinals, which is quite a bold prediction. But then for that prediction to happen, he will have to win today. So let's see, because yeah, I think if there's anybody who has the weapons to take Nadal out, as proven before, it is probably Shapovalov, if he's able to play his best tennis. Obviously, from a Rafael Nadal fan's perspective, I don't know. Tell me in the chat, if you're a Rafa fan, who do you hope will he be playing in the quarterfinals? Chapo is now serving at 30 love. Hi, Alminio. Nice to have you in the chat as well. Yep, both very, very inconsistent, both very, very entertaining. So let's see what happens today with their both having a very attacking style of tennis. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. Let's see. Chapo serving at 30 love. He serves to the backhand of Rublev, and now a big forehand winner by Shapovalov down the line, and it's 40 love. And this is just after Rublev was able to hold his game to love. Let's see whether Shapovalov can do the same and force it to 3-all in this first set. David saying you'll need a more efficient Chapo. I don't know if an efficient Chapo exists. Might be dead physically by the quarters if he makes it there. Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't make it easier for himself by going 5 sets in the first round and then 4 sets in the second round. So we'll see whether fatigue plays a role, both mentally or physically. As Chapo steps in, and he shanks that wide by Shapovalov, and it is 40-15. Yeah, so with regards to a matchup with Nadal, I feel like when you are looking for an upset, there's no use in looking for someone that has like consistency, because if you have someone with the likes of, let's say, a Schwartzman or a Norrie, in my opinion, they consistently, as Shapovalov hits a winner down the line there, and it's 3 games all. Again, someone with the likes of Nadal, there's no use in being a very good 7 out of 10 every day, because your 7 out of 10 is just never going to be good enough against someone with the likes of Nadal or Federer or Djokovic. So yes, you have other players that are maybe not as consistent. They are like a 2 or a 3 and then a 9 and then a 4 and then a 9 and then a 1 and a 2 and a 2 and a 3 and then a 9. But at least they have a chance of causing an upset on that specific day, because they can bring their A game on a certain day. Even though it doesn't maybe happen often, we know that it is at least possible. Well, I feel like when you have a matchup like Norrie against Nadal, you just know beforehand that the opponent stands no chance if he's going to play safe. As Chapo hits now a backhand to the forehand of Rublev. Rublev now with the cross-corn forehand into the backhand of Chapo, who's able to hold up well with his single backhand as he now goes down the line with his backhand Chapo. Chapo now with a forehand winner down the line. That's big hitting there by Shapovalov on the service game of Rublev. And it is love 15, window of opportunity here for Shapovalov. Yep, that backhand is just beautiful to watch. And it's odd to the eye in the sense that it's unexpected, because we are not used to single-handed backhands from a lefty. So it's always like, it's like your eye is like tricking you. It's like, am I seeing correctly? And the same with Feliciano Lopez as well. Amy saying another Holger Rune physical meltdown. I correctly went against him in fantasy tennis for this reason. Can never underestimate Norrie. Yeah, Norrie is just so clutch. Like on a given day, you know that he will bring his best game. The question now is, against the best players, is his best enough? In my opinion, the answer is no. But against the majority of the field, his best game will be enough. And if he's able to bring that to the table day to day, every day, then he is going to be very successful, as he is. I didn't watch that match myself. I was following the Muguruza and Kvitova match. So, but tell me in the chat, like, how much match? You say that Holger Rune had a physical meltdown. So tell me what exactly happened. Did he become frustrated, or what happened in that match? All right, as Rublev is serving at 30-15, it's a full second serve. as Rublev is serving to the forehand of Shapov. And it's the shank by Rublev, but it's all due to a brilliant return there by Shapovalov, and we are at 30 all. All right, 30 all, and a bit of a window of opportunity here for Shapovalov, I must say. Goria asking, where can you watch this game? Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with all the broadcasting options for all the respective countries in the world, so I will not be able to answer that. But you can always follow us play by play in the stream. I'll be here with you until the very last point. As Shapovalov hits that ball long, and it's 40-30. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here tonight for this coverage. Let's see, how many sets is it going to be? It can be easily a 5-setter. I see a 5-setter on the cards here tonight. We'll have to see. If you enjoy this coverage with me, do consider hitting the like button. As Rublev holds serve, and he has fist bump in the air. He knows how important that was to hold that service game, and he leads in this first set, still on serve, 4-3. Well done for Andrey Rublev, showing some gut there in the end.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine. Rublev. Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine. Andrey Rublev.
All right, and David saying you covered the match. I'm not surprised. I mean, the odds of you having covered any match is like 90%. As I say, like, well done. I don't know how you are able to have that stamina. You're saying, having covered the match, Rune called the physios at the changeover at 4-1. At 4-1 Norrie in the second set. I thought it was dirty tactic as he broke back immediately, but it was his last hurrah. Okay, that is interesting that he called this the physio. So you say it was quite clear that it wasn't due to an actual injury that he had, but just, as you say, as a tactic to try and break the momentum by Norrie. Almeida also predicting a 5-setter here. 7-6. You're not saying for who, though. Like, who's going to win this match, Almeida? You say 7-6, 1-6, 6-1, 1-6, 7-6. That is a very, very interesting scoreline, I must say. So who's going to win, Almeida? Is that going to be favor of Shapov or Rublev? As Shapov is now serving at 3-4, still on serve. He serves a full second serve. As he serves his second serve to the backhand of Rublev. Rublev staying very, very far behind the baseline here. Now Shapov with a forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Shapov now with a drop shot with his backhand. Is Rublev going to get there? Yes, he does. Rublev does get there in time. Wow, what speed there by Rublev as he hits it for a winner with his backhand down the line. Not really much that Shapov did wrong there. It was a brilliant drop shot. But Rublev, and I stated earlier in that point how Rublev was so far behind the baseline. So I thought it was a brilliant decision there by Shapov to go for the drop shot. But unfortunately, from his perspective, Andrey Rublev was able to get there in time and hit it for a winner down the line. And it is love 15 for Andrey Rublev. As Shapov serves to the forehand of Rublev. It's a good return. Shapov now with the backhand to the backhand of Rublev. Goes down the line. Shapov with a slice. It goes nice and deep. Rublev now with the forehand to the backhand of Shapov. Clips the net, but it's in. Rublev with a forehand cross court. And it's a winner by Andrey Rublev. Maybe a bit of luck with the ball clipping the net there by Shapov, but still well done there by Andrey Rublev. And it is love 30. So much top spin generated by Andrey Rublev there with his forehand, as we know he is able to. Amy saying Milkel came out to take his blood pressure. He cramps a lot, yeah. Total respect to him, though, he gives all he has. Yeah, it's very odd about like Rune having so many cramps throughout his matches, and he's still so young. So hopefully it's not a case that it will like affect his career too much, as we've seen other stars being affected by their injuries to such an extent that they weren't able to perform as well as the talent maybe suggests, like your Del Potros, for example. As Rublev is able to hit that ball away for a winner with his forehand, and it is 15-30. Almeida saying Rublev's going to take that one in 5 sets. But honestly, if I can see more of the Shapov, I'll be happy. I must say the level of Shapov has been very, very high tonight. As I've said earlier, like he plays very aggressive. Sometimes it pays off and sometimes not. So we'll have to see whether he stays playing aggressive throughout this match and whether that maybe will lead to some bleeding of errors. As he serves now to the backhand of Rublev, who goes for a slice return, and now going cross-court there by Chapo, and it works well, making Rublev run left, right. Rublev not able to get the final ball back, and it's next point to Shapovalov, and it's 30-all. David saying Rublev wasn't even in an uncomfortable position for the pass before. Very impressive speed. Yeah, that was very, it wasn't, as you say, it wasn't even close. He got there like very comfortably, and it was an easy pick away at the end with his backhand. So it was just amazing speed there shown by him. Nice art project. Nice to have you in the chat back. I see we are quite a lot of people online currently enjoying this coverage. Please do consider hitting the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you are new for more coverage coming your way. As Rublev hits that return long, and it is 40-30, meaning that it's 3 points in a row for Denis Shapovalov on his serve. Can he close this out and force it to 4 games all? Capricorn, my man, I see have you in the chat. Yeah, how embarrassing. I was hoping it doesn't come up, but hey, here it is. So for those of you that don't know, my predictions for this tournament was that in the women's side, we're going to have Slow and Stevens against Madison Keys, and Keys is going to win this tournament. Unfortunately, both of them are already out of the tournament by the 3rd round, so that's very embarrassing, as Shapovalov is able to hold his service game, and we are going to 4 games all. And then on the men's side, I had Griego Dimitrov defeating Matteo Beretini in the final. Unfortunately, Griego played horrifically in his match against, who was it? I can't remember now. It was against Nakashima, and I watched that match, and I was just so disappointed because Dimitrov did really well in his first round match. Unfortunately, he didn't play his level that he can perform in his match against Nakashima. So yeah, that's embarrassing. Both my predicted winners are out. Obviously, I went for like interesting predictions for the draw, so I know that they were like odd picks to make, but yeah, in the end, unlucky. Or you might just say, no, it was just unwise, as both my predictions are out. As Rublev is now serving at 4 games all. Greg, we have another Chapo fan in the house. There's a huge roar there from Chapo. That's going to get the crowd going. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So I'm watching this on mute, so I can't really see the crowd reaction. But tell me in the chat if you know, like, does it seem like the crowd is rooting for Rublev, or are they rooting for Shapovalov? Armenia, Dimi in the final. Man, you got some faith. Yeah, that was a wild prediction. And obviously, I went for it because I felt like if I'm right, then I would most probably be the only person that guessed it, and then I can win something. Well, I feel like if you go for your obvious picks, then you're going to be one of many that pick those players, and then you're probably not going to win anyway. So I went for all or nothing. So I went for Dimitrov there. And my rationale behind that was he usually does very well at the US Open, having previously, for example, defeated Roger Federer. And also he's won Cincinnati before, which is very similar to the US Open in terms of its calendar placement and also its court. As Rublev is able to hold there, and not only hold quite comfortably, but very comfortably holding a game to love as he leads this set 5 games to 4. And then on the note of Dimitrov, another rationale behind it was that we saw him playing against Dominic Thiem in the warm-up tournament, and he won the first set 6-love, and then unfortunately he got ill in the second set. So I thought like if he was able to maintain his level that he's shown in the first set, I really feel like he could have done very well, because maybe he could have won Winston-Salem if he didn't get ill in that second set of that matchup. So yeah, that was my thought process. Obviously wishful thinking, and as is often the case if you're a Dimitrov fan, he unfortunately did let us down against Nakashima. So Rublev was able to hold his service game quite comfortably, and that means that Shapovalov is now going to serve to stay in the set. So it's getting really, really tight here as we get to the business end of this first set. All right, we have Capricorn saying there that Muguruza is now officially not going to be able to qualify for the WTA finals, which means she's about to lose 1,500 ranking points. So, okay, so was it last year that she won? I remember that she won recently, but I can't remember now whether it was last year or like before that. But I assume based on your comment that it was then last year that she won the WTA final. So that's quite interesting that you mentioned that. It'll also be interesting to see like whether Nadal will play the World Tour Finals on the men's side. Tell me in the chat, what are your predictions? We know that Nadal qualified already, but do you think he's going to play in the World Tour Finals? And because, I mean, it's a big opportunity. As we know, you've never won it before. And yeah, maybe this year is his chance. But I would also not be surprised if he decides after this tournament to set out for the rest of the year. Tell me, what do you think? As Chapo hits there a winner, a very, very nice angle there against Rublev, and it is 15-love. Yeah, Capricorn saying that it's last year that she won the year-end trophy. It's interesting to see these years that you get like your odd winners for the World Tour Finals, you know, like, I mean, previous years it's been your usual winners, but the past few years we've seen some interesting names. If I think on the men's sides, for example, you know, you had your Dimitrov, you had was it Zverev and Tsitsipas, but then on the Grand Slam level, just that hasn't really went, and they weren't able to continue that form in the bigger stages. As Chapo, it's a forehand to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo stepping in, ooh, and he messes up there at the net. Shapovalov. He ran, but I think he was hesitating whether he should go full on speed to the net or not. And in the end, he puts an retrospectively easy ball he puts in the net there. Although it was a good slice return there by Rublev, which is awkward to handle there at the net. I think Chapo wasn't sure whether he should let the ball bounce first or just go for the volley directly. He opted for the ball to bounce first, but I think that then led to the ball spinning too much and he wasn't able to control it. And it is 15-all. Chapo now serving. And it's a full second serve at 15-all. Chapo serving 15-all as he serves another fault, and it's a double fault there by Shapovalov. Some might say very predictable, as it is now 15-30. And Rublev is 2 points away from taking this first set. David saying, with Dimitrov in slams, I really have to see it to believe it. Even with straight set victories in the first few rounds, hopefully it's a Nick-esque thing and he'll make a final at some point. Yeah, it's just, I would really love to see that. Like, if there's one person I would really like to get to a Grand Slam final who hasn't been there before, I think the player that I will pick is Griego Dimitrov. Tell me in the chat if there's one player that you could pick to make the final of a Grand Slam who has never made the final before. Who do you think deserves it? Maybe from a talent perspective or a personality perspective. Who would you pick to make that final, which would make for a fairy tale story? As Rublev is able to get that point as well. And this means that it's 2 set points for Andrey Rublev on the serve of Shapovalov. Will he be able to convert that? Amy, thank you so much for your super chat. Highly, highly appreciate it. Let's hope for your sake that Rublev can pull this through. Let's see whether he can. Is that an ace by Chapo? No, it's just wide. Second serve there by Rublev. But thank you very much, Amy. Highly appreciate it. As Chapo is now serving second serve to Rublev. And it's in. Chapo now with a big forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Rublev holding in there. He goes down the line. Chapo, it's it in the net. Chapo, it's it in the net. And that means that's first set to Rublev. Very, very well done there by Rublev to break, to take this first set. And he wins this first set by 6 games to 4. Shapovalov not able to hold his serve when it mattered most. Well done to Andrey Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, and for the Rublev fans, you must be pumped that he was able to get that set. It was very unpredictable up until that stage, like who is going to take the set, as both of them have been playing very well. But then in the end, clutch there by Rublev, as he was able to defend against the attack by Chapo given there. As we look at the set summary, first serves 1 percentage, 82% by Denis, and 100% by Rublev. That is just insane. 100% first serves 1 by Rublev. So if he gets his first serve in, he wins the point. That is a very, very interesting observation over there. We have 10 winners by Rublev against the 9 of Chapo. And in terms of unforced errors, we have 6 by Chapo against the 4 of Rublev. So Rublev just more clutch. And it seems like when he gets his first serve in, he might be going out as the winner in this match. Wow. So first set there for Andrey Rublev. With regards to Muguruza, Amy saying, yeah, that's right. Muguruza did win the WTA finals. Women's game, so crazy, right? Rankings mean nothing. I think it also has a lot to do with them playing best out of 3 in the Grand Slam. So it's more upset prone. So then you get these cases where your high seeds fall so early in the Grand Slam. But yeah, it's interesting to see like with the rankings on any given day. It's very difficult for me to say on top of my head like who's the top 10 women ranked, because I mean it changes so much and so quickly that it's difficult to predict that or to guess if you don't know the answer in front of you. Alminia saying, I guess this is now related to whether Nadal is going to play the World Tour final, saying that with his body, maybe best not to and test up for Australia. That is an interesting hypothesis. I guess like for Nadal fans, what would you want him to win rather, like the World Tour finals or the Australian Open? Now, I know that Australian Open might seem like an obvious choice, and maybe it's still your choice, but taking into account that he's never won the World Tour finals, how much would it mean for Rafa fans out there if he is able to win that? But I guess a Grand Slam will at the end just always mean much more, especially given now as he's racing Novak Djokovic as to who's going to get the most slams. Kebikon saying that Kontaveit is another player who's probably about to lose a truckload of points. How is she number 2? I wondered that a few days ago, like, because she hasn't performed anywhere, but she's number 2. So you're saying that she has so many titles to defend in the next 2 months. Okay, so that's where it comes from. Also, she was the finalist at the WTA finals last year. So, yeah, that's interesting. And we can see her suddenly dropping out of like the top, 20, 50 maybe? It was interesting, like an example of that is Sofia Kenin, where she won the US Open one year. And then the next year, when she didn't win again, she dropped out early. She lost so many points that she dropped from number 2 to number 100 and something or something like that. That was insane. And we saw something similar now with Emma Raducanu, who now dropped so far in the rankings, not having defended a US Open title successfully, and the US Open having been why she was ranked so high for that while. A chapeau, it's a forehand long, and it is 40-15 on the serve for Andrey Rublev, serving first in this set. David saying Tim Henman is the player I'd pick to be in a slam final. Okay, that makes sense. So, yeah, interesting if you include players that already retired in the equation as well. Almino, has Monfils been to a slam final? He probably deserves it. I don't think he has. We'll see now in the chat whether I'm correct. Somebody probably already responded to that. But no, I don't think he has been to a slam final. And I agree with you. That will also be a very fairy tale type of thing if he's able to make a slam final. And then I think of players like Berdych. I don't think he's been in a final, or has he? No, he has. He has against Nadal, right, in Wimbledon. I think it was 2010. He was in one final there. And Tsonga was in one final as well in 2008, I think, against Djokovic. And Ferrer in 2013 against Rafa. So we have all these players that made at least one final, but then Monfils, I think, is an example of a player who has not made any finals. I'm saying, yes, Kontaveit and Raducanu, 2 very overranked players this year. Yeah, so we will see now in the next week when the rankings, or probably just after the US Open, when the new rankings are presented, Raducanu will drop very, very far. Let's see quickly on Google, what will her ranking be? Raducanu ranking. So she's currently 11th, but that includes the US Open title. So after this, she will be, let's see, ranking live. No, I'm not able to get that answer very quickly. Tell me in the chat if you know, but I know she's dropping like a lot. And you're saying Fernandez at least won at 250. She went deep with Roland Garros. She will drop quite a few points though as well. Yeah, that is interesting. Like Capricorn saying you think that Raducanu drops to 70s or 80s, I think. Yeah, that is just insane. But I mean, also maybe from a different perspective, it's like a clean slate, which is also something that she stated in a press conference. Like, now the pressure is gone. Like, maybe throughout the year, there was always this thing in her mind, like she has to defend the US Open title or something like that, or there's this big hype behind her because of the high ranking. Now she's ranked low again, and now it's like maybe less pressure. Although I'm not sure whether I agree with that statement, because she still has a lot of sponsors to her name. So now the question is whether the sponsors will be happy with her if she's not in the top 50. We'll just have to wait and see. As Chapo is serving at 40-50, fault, second serve. Chapo serves at the backhand of Rublev. Chapo now with a big forehand, but he overcooks it, Chapo. And that means that's 40-30. Shapovalov serving. As it's a big serve cross court, but it's just wide, and he will now go to his second serve. Second serve to the backhand of Rublev, who is very, very far behind the baseline, and therefore Shapo goes for the drop shot. Rublev gets there again. Rublev gets there again. Oh my goodness. Again, I said, before the drop shot, I said Rublev is very, very far back. And then as I said it, Chapo is okay, therefore I'm going to go for the drop shot. Once again, I think it's the right choice. And also, once again, nothing wrong with the drop shot execution. But the speed of Rublev there, it was like Amex Dimitrov vibes. I mean, look at that pace. And Rublev is able to get that ball past him. I mean, that is just excellent speed shown there by Andrey Rublev as he gets the ball back. And we're on deuce. Chapo serving. It's a fault, second serve. Serve by Chapo to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo tries to go down the line with his forehand, but he hits it in the net. And Chapo is frustrated. He maybe opted for a second there to throw his racket on the ground, but decided, no, I'm not going to do that. And it is break point opportunity there. Yeah, I see he's very frustrated there, Shapovalov. There's a break point opportunity there for now for Andrey Rublev. Can he take the lead in the second set quickly and take the momentum away from this match? Shapovalov serving, break point down. Chapo serves a fault. Ooh, second serve. What's going to happen here? Do I see a double fault? Nope. Oh, serve and volley there by Chapo. He's now at the net. Rublev's going to try and pass. And the pass goes in the net, I think. I think that's what happened. Let's see. It was a return. It was a half volley there by Chapo. And the passing shot there by Rublev is in the net. Well, it's very, very difficult to execute that passing shot. Rublev was running towards his forehand. And then to get that ball over the high part of the net, you need a lot of topspin. Unfortunately, he was not able to generate enough. And it goes into the net and it's deuce. And it's quite a lot of guts there by Chapo to go for the S&V on a second serve. Break point down. Chapo serves a fault, second serve. They're saying Chapo getting outdone at the net. Somewhere he could be comfortable, should be comfortable versus Andrey, who has worse feel with the net. I think it'll be interesting to see the year that Chapo did so well at Wimbledon, although I feel like it was a lot to do with the draw being very, very favorable. But the year where we made the semi-final, did he go for a lot of serve and volley there? I can't really remember. As Rublev goes with the backhand to the backhand of Chapo, who hits it in the middle of the court. Rublev now with the backhand down the line. Chapo with a slice backhand to the forehand of Rublev. With the slice of Chapo goes long. And it's another advantage. Or now it's back to deuce. So it was advantage Chapo, and due to the overcooked slice, we are back to deuce. Capricorn saying so happy for Kvitova. She has a 2-love head-to-head against Pegula, the next opponent. That's very interesting. And I wouldn't be surprised if that match is on center court, as we saw Pegula getting center court coverage today, probably with being a local. And that would be quite a mouth-watering clash indeed. Greg saying, Chapo, the time is now. I must say this is a must-hold here for Shapovalov. If he gets broken the very first service game of the set, I must say I think it will be too much of a momentum shift to win it back from there. And it's a fault there by Chapo. Second serve on advantage. as he serves to the backhand of Rublev. Rublev standing very, very far behind the baseline. Shapo tries to go with the forehand down the line, but it clips the net, hits the net, and does not go over. And we're back to deuce. Interesting to see how Rublev is standing so far behind the baseline. It's as if he is like tempting Shapo, saying like, go for the drop shot, I dare you. Go for the drop shot, I will get there. Deuce, Shapo serving as he serves another fault. Like, oh my, what's his serve percentage? 41%. Look at that. You can't win a match if you have 41% first serve in. And it's the second serve, and he goes to the net again with the serve and volley, but he's not required to do a volley as Rublev's not able to get that return back, and it's advantage for SHAPOVALOV. I must say, Shapo really needs to up his first serve percentage in. Well, but from a positive perspective, from a Shapo's point of view, it means that if he is able to get his first serve percentage up, he might be in for some trouble for Rublev. As Shapo goes for a forehand to the forehand of Rublev, Shapo now the backhand cross-court, but it's in the net. The backhand by SHAPOVALOV is in the net, and we're back to deuce once again. And as Davis also states, like, he gets advantage, but then we're just back to deuce each time, struggling. As we're now at deuce number 5 in this game. As Shapo is now serving as a first serve in, well done, and he steps in with a big forehand now with a volley, and that volley works very, very well. Some serve and volley play there by SHAPOVALOV on his first serve, that was in, and that means that it's now advantage to SHAPOVALOV. And the volley was also put away very, very nicely. I must say, the approach shot wasn't the greatest, to be honest, but Rublev was not able to capitalize on the poor approach shot, and it's a volley put away there by SHAPOVALOV. As he will now be serving advantage as this game has now already been 8 minutes and 20 seconds. It's an ace! It's an ace by Shapo, and finally, he holds his first server's game, and we are, what felt like hours, we are now at 1 game apiece in this second set. And Shapo holds, and it is 1 game all. And as David mentions, it is quite nerve-wracking to watch Shapo as he unfortunately self-destructs so often. But I must say, when I watch Federer as a Federer fan also, like, especially the last few years, I mean, it's all just so nerve-wracking. There are so many matches. Oh, that's a massive return there by Shapo, and he steps in with a forehand winner. Very, very aggressive play there by Shapo, and it is love 15. Also, as a Federer fan, if I think like the past few years, especially that one Australian Open a few years ago, where he saved so many break points. The one match was against Denis Sandring, and then also against, I think, Millman was the other opponent, where he saved like 7-8 match points, and very, very nerve-wraking to watch that. And then obviously all the close Wimbledon finals he had with Djokovic, 15, 14 and 19. Shapo is now serving, and it's a double fault there by Rublev, and this means that it is love 30. Maybe an opportunity here for SHAPOVALOV to make some inroads in the second set. Leslie asking, is Rublev getting angry next? I hope not. Well, let's see whether he gets angry, because he had so many opportunities to break in that first game, and now he's maybe throwing it away in the service game. Let's see. Rublev now with a backhand in the net. Rublev with a backhand in the net, and it's love 40. And it's, oh yes, there he smashes the ball. You should be careful. He should be very careful. He smashes the ball against the back of the court in frustration. And it's love 40. Did he get a warning? I'm not sure. I don't have any audio. Tell me in the chat. As Rublev now serves big, and he steps in with a big forehand, and there's nothing that Shapo can do with that power. And Rublev saves 1 break point thus far, and it is 15-40. Yeah. So Leslie, well done for predicting that. Is he getting angry next? The answer is yes, he is. All right. Oh, that's a great return there by Shapo. That's a lovely return there by Shapo as he breaks. The return was very, very deep, and Rublev was awkwardly, like, the ball was close to his feet, and he wasn't able to do anything with the ball. And Shapo breaks, and he leads after being in trouble, like literally a minute ago on his own service game. He breaks and leads this set 2-1. All right, well, let's see. We predicted 5 sets, and currently it looks like that is exactly what could be happening at this stage. Amy, thank you for joining for this portion of the night. It was nice to have you in the chat. I hope to see you in the future again. Almenia saying no warning. Oh, no warning for Rublev with his frustration. That's interesting. I mean, on the one side, we don't want to go there, but on the other side, it is for interesting conversation. You know, like with the Djokovic default at the US Open, where it seems like the rule, like let's look at the replay there. Oh my word! If there was a person, that person like would not be alive. Now there wasn't a person, but still, like I mean, so the rule is right. It's not whether it was like your intention isn't what matters, but rather the result of the action. So if you just miss the person, then it's fine. But if it hits the person, then it's not fine. And I'm not sure whether I agree with that rule. Now, it is the rule, so I think that's an important distinction. When commenting on whether a point was unfair or not, you should distinguish between was the rule followed versus is the rule that should be followed, is that rule fair? And I'm not sure whether I agree with the rule that it's based on whether it hit someone or not, rather than whether you were negligent or not. Like, because, for example, we had Djokovic, and it was so obvious that his intention was not to hit anybody. I mean, he just hit the ball backwards after the point, and then it happened to hit someone. While when you look at like the Tsitsipas one at Wimbledon against Kyrgios, he smashed that ball into the crowd. There's no way that he couldn't see that that's going to be dangerous. So I feel like you should rather look at the intention, not the result. That ball just missed someone, and therefore he didn't get disqualified. So the rule is that it's based on whether you actually hit someone or not, rather than whether it was reckless or not. And I don't agree with that rule, but that is the rule. Yeah, no, I'm saying there are no lines people to hit away, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, David saying punished for a complete accident, still an undeserved default with regards to Djokovic. Yeah, so as I said, like they followed the rule, right? So you can't say that they did something incorrectly from an umpire's perspective, because I mean, you as an umpire, you are there to follow a rule. But when you then separately judge whether the rule is fair or not, I would say no, the rule is ridiculous. And maybe it is something that I have to look at in changing, as it's now happening more and more. Like we've seen now Djokovic, and then also like Tsitsipas in the crowd as well. And Almina saying, yeah, I agree that they need to factor in the intention of the act. Yeah, surely. I mean, I'm no lawyer, but I would think like with regards to rules in general in sports, or whether it's like outdoor, like in life in general, you are punished based on your intention, whether it was reckless or not, rather than like the outcome of the act at the end. Because I mean, what you're trying to achieve is for people to not do something, right? So you are not going to hit the ball in the crowd if you know that's going to be a automatic default regardless of whether it hits someone or not. So then you're not going to do it. Well, in Djokovic's case, it's quite unfortunate when it's an accident, because that's not really going to affect your future actions if you can get defaulted by accidents. And I feel like with regards to these rules, the whole goal of it should be to influence your actions in the future, that it doesn't happen again. And if you punish accidents, then you don't achieve that. While if you punish your intentions, regardless of the outcome, then you do achieve what the rule is trying to achieve. All right, let's see. Rublev now serving. Oh, that's a great backhand winner there by Shapovalov. And as Gerald points out, I missed that one. Chapo was able to consolidate his break on his service game. So Chapo very easily in control so far in this second set. And like as David also points out, like Zverev, the intention was clearly, or intention, another word might be like his state of mind. It was not in a good place. And as you say, like trying to amputate the umpire at the shin, I mean, that's just such an aggressive attitude. And I feel like in that case, they should look at the intention. The intention was clearly to cause harm, whether it's now like physical harm to the person or like damage to the chair or whatever. But it's a dangerous situation, and it could have gone very like badly for the umpire. But now with the rule, they go to like, okay, but he did not get hurt and therefore no consequence. So, I mean, fair in the sense that they apply the rules correctly, but the rules itself, I do not agree with. Which you say is a real disgrace. I don't know. Yeah, so I agree with you on that, David. And Armenia as well. As Chapo, he broke again. How did I miss that? Sorry, I was in such a spin with relating to tennis rules that I missed him breaking once again. Denis Shapovalov now comfortably leading this second set. He will now be serving at 4-1. Sorry, I didn't really follow the points in that service game. I don't know whether it was Chapo playing well there or was it Rublev that is now maybe getting frustrated. I'm not sure, but Chapo leading 4-1. And as David points out, Almenio did predict a 6-1 second set. So then, according to the next prediction, it will then be 6-1 to Rublev in the next set, which I also, again, completely see happening. It's just one of these unpredictable players. Well, both of them, really. So Chapo will now be serving at 4-1 in this second set. And I know about you guys and girls, but this just shouts 5-setter to me when I look at how this is going. Let's see, Chapo serving at 4-1. He serves a fault second serve. Second serve to the forehand of Rublev. That's a great return there by Rublev to the feet of Chapo, and it is love 15 to Andrey Rublev. Belinda Fernandez, hi, welcome, saying Novak is watching and Tsitsipas. Just joining. Novak is watching and Tsitsipas. Oh, you mean like they are watching? Yeah. Jared, nice to have you in the chat again. I have such a love-hate relationship with Chapo. He's one of my favorite players to watch when he's on. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, he's also like one of my favorite players to watch, especially with a single backhand. I think like when it's on, it's just so powerful as he takes that point, and it is 15-all. Yeah, so if I had to like have the opportunity to watch live and there's this roster and you can pick what players do you want to watch live, tell me in the chat. Like, have you watched any players live before? What was it like? Like, who did you see and what was it like and where was it? Like, from my perspective, if there are players that I would love to watch live, I think of like Chapo and I think Kyrgios and Bublik and these entertaining players. Dustin Brown. I mean, how insane would that be? As Chapo is leading 30-15. Chapo serving to Rublev. Rublev now with the backhand in the net. And it's 40-15. Chapo holding very, very comfortably in this set. There was this one game where we struggled to hold, but then since then, he just took complete control of the set. Belinda saying, like, I like Denis, but he could do better. Yeah, consistency is definitely his biggest issue. As he now serves a fault second serve. Oh, wow, Belinda, you've seen the Williams sister play live. That is insane. Tell me, when was it? Where was it? And also, was it like singles separately? Or was it singles against each other? Or was it doubles that you saw them live? David saying Andy Murray live would be a dream. Yeah, I know you're a big fan. So, yeah, it's interesting that so you haven't seen him live before. I can think then it would be like an insane opportunity for you to see him live then. How about Andy Murray versus Tin Henman, how would you like that? Chapo is serving at 40-30. And it's a fault. I think that's a double fault. It is. It's a double fault there by Chapo. And now we are on deuce. Not really a lot of pressure. I mean, he is up 2 breaks in the set. As Chapo is serving at deuce. Fault, second serve. Almenia saying you went to the Adelaide 250 at the start of the year. Not major competition. Well, it's a big tournament. Not maybe compared to like other tournaments, but still like in general compared to like tennis in general. That would be a dream to watch. No, not major competition, but got to see Kachanov, Isner, Barty, and Swiatek. That is insane. I mean, that's lovely. I would like to watch Isner as well, just to like see how it is. Like, how fast is that serve? That will be interesting to see. I know like a lot of people don't like serve bots. I would prefer a serve bot above like someone that just rallies forever, you know, like, would you rather watch Isner and Opelka and let's say something like a Karlovic, or would you rather watch like a Schwartzman, Batista are good, Carreno Busta? I mean, I'm not saying the one answer is correct. It's all up to taste, I guess. As Chapo was able to hold his service game, and that means that he leads 5-1. Is the bakery open, perhaps? We'll have to find out and see. And we have El Chapo, 1 game away from taking this second set. Yeah, David saying that a Tin Henman against Andy Murray will be a dream exhibition when he retires. And I think it probably will happen. I mean, it's such an obvious exhibition to have, right? So I would be surprised if it doesn't happen. I mean, yeah, I must say I can see that happening. Belinda saying the US beginning of their career. Oh, no, that's insane. In the United States, 1999 doubles. It was so good. Yeah, I can think. I would love to see Federer, Novak, and Rafa live. Wow, that's insane. 1999. Like, do you have any photos that you took of the event? I mean, that's so long ago. You obviously didn't have like smartphones or anything. But yeah, that's such an insane memory to have that you can tell that story forever. As Rublev is able to put that ball away and blink and you miss it, he's up love 40 in his service game. Oh my word. Almenia saying that you have Monfils and more. Monfils and more. Okay, yeah, Monfils would also be great to see live. Almenia saying it was cool to see Isner once, but let's just say I didn't watch his next match. Yeah, I think I would have the same feeling. Like, I want to see it once. You want to see the serve, but I feel like once you've seen the serve, then you've basically seen his game. Like, with no disrespect. But I mean, yeah, it's not a really, like, the next match isn't going to be any different. He's going to have the same tactic. Not tactics, tactic, that the one that he has, and he is very effective. Neil, nice of you in the chat. Chapo has realized just in time that it's all on him to save you after. It's very unfortunate that you have such a good memory, Neil. Very, very unfortunate. So yeah, you remember that I have Keys and Sloan in the women's final, and also I had Dimitrov winning in the men's, and he's out as well. So that's embarrassing. But then it seems like you at least remember that I had Chapo beating Nadal in the quarterfinals, and maybe that can now still happen. Melinda saying also you would love to see Andy Murray. No photos you wish you had. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Where am I from? In South Africa. I studied there in Joburg at Wits. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I stay in Stellenbosch, so it's there close to Cape Town. I'm a lecturer there at Stellenbosch University, and I studied there as well. Why has Rublev lost it so? He always makes it hard on himself. Yeah, it seems like he lost his cool at one stage. As you, Leslie, pointed out, like you said, like, is he going to get angry? And yes, that's exactly what happened. And it was very odd because, like, there was this one service game where it looks like he was going to break a Chapo, and then he was just not able to convert any of those. it was like add deuce, but a lot of times add to Chapo, but then back to deuce. And since then, suddenly, I think it all was like that next service game where Chapo suddenly broke, and then he was like so confused because he was in so easy control, and then I feel like maybe there was a lack of concentration. I'm not sure. Yeah, David saying the chat never forgets. Tell me, David, do you do the fantasy app, and if so, what were your predictions for the winners of the tournaments and the finalists? Yeah, so yeah, Stellenbosch is quite nice. I enjoy it. Leslie saying he has actually come back from 2 games to 5 in 1 match, hasn't he? Well, I'm not sure whether you're referring to Chapo or Rublev, but either way, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe the chat can help me out there. As Chapo is now serving at 15 love. And just excuse me quickly for 10 seconds. All right, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Chapo is now serving at 30 love. So usually I do these streams in my office with my setup. Now I'm with my laptop in my room at home. So apologies if the audio and the video isn't great. I hope it's good enough. So I just quickly had to let my dog out of the room as he wanted to go outside. As Chapo is leading this game 30-15. Yeah, Neil remembering that not only did I predict that they are going to win, I was also very, very confident about it. I'd forgotten about Dimitrov. Can't forget about Chapo, as you had him beating Rublev, Nori, and Rafa. If he does that, he should just retire. Yeah, so if that happens, let's just focus on the fact that I then got that right. I mean, forget about the other predictions. It's minor differences. But then let's just focus on the fact that I correctly predicted then that Chapo will beat all of them. As Chapo clinches the set with some very, very big serving. He takes the set away after struggling in the beginning of the set. 6-2. And this means that we are on the course for at least 2 more sets. SHAPOVALOV taking this set 6-2. All right, we are 1 set apiece. Tell me in the chat, what is your predictions for the remainder of the match? Will Shapovalov keep on with the momentum that it currently has, or will Rublev make a comeback? And how is this going to happen? Will Chapo maybe now try begin to drop his level, as we know he can? Will Rublev make a comeback with some big forehands again and good returns? Tell me in the chat, what is your predictions for the remainder of this match? If you are enjoying this coverage, please do consider hitting the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you are new for more coverage coming your way. David saying that you have Kvitova as the winner. Okay, that's impressive. Yeah, I can think you'd be very glad. And I think if she wins, you'll probably win the whole thing. I can't imagine that a lot of people have Kvitova winning the whole thing. But it looks like, so I can think like when you watched, but I assume then you weren't able to follow the match live as you were looking at or broadcasting the Nori and Rune match, or did you just get, I assume you saw the tiebreak then when they played the tiebreak. I can think that was then, and that's also what I like about these fantasy draws. It makes you more invested in matches that you maybe otherwise would have not have cared about as much. Like, if you're a fan of a very specific player, then the other matches, it's interesting because you love tennis, but you're not maybe as invested as to who do you want to win. Well, when you have a fantasy draw, then you're like rooting for a specific player each match, which makes it quite interesting and fun to watch it that way. Is there also Medvedev versus Nadal in the final with Medvedev winning the whole thing? Okay, so I assume currently you're doing very well in your rankings. I wish I could say the same. And Belinda hoping that Shapovalov can pull this through. Leslie saying you think Rublev. All right. Almino, I had Kasatkina versus Rubikina in the final. I laugh. I had Stevens versus Keys, but I mean, let's decide to rather laugh at your prediction. All right. All right, as Rublev will be serving now first in this third set. Please just excuse me for another 10 seconds quickly. All right, Rublev serving first in this set, and he is already up 30 love. And David saying I had them both far as well, Almina. So referring to Kasatkina and Rubikina. If you want any tips, I am very open to giving you some tips on how to predict the winners. As I mean, Kasatkina and Rubikina, that's just embarrassing. So if you want my expertise on predicting winners, I'm more than welcome to share some of my wisdom with you. Neil saying, yes, Cross, I'd love to see Petra Kvitova win. She did her best to throw it away at times today, serving up bags of double faults, but she made it in the end just. Neil saying, if that happens, referring to Shapovalov beating both Rublev and Norrie Anadol, it makes up for the rest of the predictions for sure. Well, I'm not so sure about that, but thank you. I'll take it. Norrie looked very good today. Yeah, it was very clutch. Very, very clutch. Belinda saying you live in Canada now. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so I assume you're originally from Zimbabwe then, and then you moved to Canada. David saying Chapo will take this in 5. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, so it will be interesting to see like the winner of this set, whether that person will then be able to take that momentum forward. But then if it's a 5-setter, then clearly not. As Rublev is able to hold his service game in the first set, which I would feel like is a must-win game for Rublev at the start.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
Andrey Rublev. Yeah, and suddenly, like, it feels like Chapo is finding his first serve, and that could mean the whole difference. And I said, actually, just to give myself some sweet credit here, is I said like his first serve percentage is very low, but then from a positive perspective, if he's able to get his first serve, maybe the whole match could turn, and that's exactly what happened. Well done, Haman. Oh, thank you very much. David saying he managed to catch the end of that match. I can think was quite dramatic to watch that in the end. Yeah, I'm obviously joking with my predictions being extremely wrong. Blenda, yeah, the Stellenbosch University Choir is very, very good indeed. From Zimbabwe originally. All right, Chapo serving at 15 all. As a fault, second serve. As he serves to the forehand of Rublev, but it's a let, I think. It is a let. 15 all, second serve. To the backhand of Rublev, now the forehand of Chapo, tries to go down the line, but it's in the net by Shapovalov, and it is 15-30. And Chapo under pressure on his first service game of this third set. Will we see that momentum shift each set, like Rublev and then Chapo, and then Rublev and then Chapo, and then in the end, we have such a long match? Well, probably. It feels like always like I get these matches that go the distance. I don't know how it happens. And it's like matches that doesn't necessarily should go the distance statistically, like Zverev versus Zapata Morales. No, it was Alcaraz against Zapata Morales in the French Open, which went the distance 5 sets. That was just insane how long that match went. Let's see. Chapo serving at 15:30. He steps in for serve and volley. And the volley is, I think it was out. Yeah, the volley was out. The volley went long by Chapo. Not a good volley, I must say. And it is 15:40. That means that's 2 break points opportunities here for Andrey Rublev on the serve of Chapo. Let's look at that replay. Yeah, Chapo had to go, I guess, wasn't the easiest of volleys. It was like a backhand volley behind his back that he wasn't able to execute. Chapo now stepping in with a forehand cross court, and he puts that away for an easy winner. All started with a very efficient serve, and Chapo serves 1 break point. Cross court, about me doing well in the bracket. I'm 112. I mean, that's not too bad, is it? How many people are participating? I can't remember. But I mean, it's definitely better than me. Let's put it that way. Oh, that's a great serve there by Chapo. The angle there, I always struggle to execute that serve, like a cross-court serve, which because it's a very small area that you can aim for. When you go to the forehand on the cross-court serve, but he executed that very well, and it's deuce, and that means there's 2 breakpoints saved there by Chapo. Neil saying they know you have the stamina for it, Haman. That's why they give you these matches. I must be honest, I'm struggling sometimes. Like the previous match, it was Bedosa against, can't remember. It was against a Ukrainian lady. And it was a 3-setter, but it was like a 2.5 hours, 3 hours match. And my voice really struggled throughout that match. As I say, I don't know how David does it with these like match after match and like center 5 sets and stuff. I mean, my voice is really struggling with these long matches, but I enjoy it as Chapo is able to hold that serve. Well, he was in trouble there at one stage, but then he clashed it out, and it is 1 game apiece in this 3rd set. All right, Neil saying Tsurenko. Yes, exactly. It was Bedosa against Tsurenko, the other match that I commentated. Armenia, I just want to finish top 10 for the bracket. Wow, top 10. I mean, that would be insane. Have you done it before? Like, tell in the chat, like others also, like, what is your best that you've done in one of the fantasy leagues? Usually I do very poorly every time, so I don't have one that stands out. I usually do very badly. Compliment King, welcome in the chat. Afternoon. Let's start talking about the bathroom flush Olympics. Yeah, that's a very, very important topic of conversation relating to Casper Ruud, that got a warning for using the toilet break without using the toilet. And then we went in a bit of a discussion, like how would you police that? 15-0, Rublev serving to the backhand of Chapo. It's a good serve. Rublev stepping in with a forehand down the line, but Chapo gets there though. Oh, Chapo at the net. Rublev's now going to try and pass, and he does. That's a great pass there by Rublev. It's also great play there by Chapo, who was able to work with that ball by Rublev down the line. But then in the end, Chapo gets there with the ball. Rublev with a great passing shot with some lovely top spin with his forehand. And Rublev gets that point, and it's 3-15. Yeah, Compliment King, it's good to be back as well. I don't commentate that often, but when I do enjoy it. Leslie, do you think Rublev has lost or a little chance yet? I don't think so, Leslie. I think this is 5 sets all written all over it. I just think, so maybe Rublev's level dropped, but I mean, it's always in Chapo's capability to drop his level as well, to be that negative. And it's 40-15 to Rublev at this stage. Oh, wow. David saying you finished 2nd in San Jose. That's impressive. Well done. Best ever bracket. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been like top 10. Oh, well, Mia, you've come 6th a couple of times, but not closer. Well, that's very impressive. Well done. Andrea, nice to have you in the chat. Shapovalov is the best player of this times, considering he's the only brave one-hander to strike the ball against fellow two-handers. Well, we have a few others. We have the likes of Musetti. We have, if I think now of the young guns, I know you have your like Dominic Thiem and Federer and stuff like the older generations. Oh, you have Tsitsipas as well with a one-hander. So, I mean, there are still few other young guns that go with a left-hander, but Chapo being the only one being a lefty one-hander. Rublev serving at 40-30. Oh, it's a great return there by Chapo. And he's stepping in with a big forehand, but Rublev's going to try and pass. Chapo with a volley. Rublev with a pass again. Chapo at the net. Rublev going to try and pass. And he does the third time of asking. Rublev is able to pass Shapovalov at the net. And Rublev holds. And it is 2-1 for Andrey Rublev in this third set.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs. He's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs. He's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right. Belinda asking, what time is Belinda Bencic playing? She should be starting in about 20 minutes time. So almost there. Neil, is there an annual Tour Finals event for the top 8 GTL predictors? That would be a very, very interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. I like that. David saying, it's funny, I make a top 10 in brackets every rare time when everyone who I want to win wins. Once every like 40 tournaments. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done well in these things because I never know, like, should I now go for the obvious picks or should I go with like upsets? And like with the men's, I usually like I look at each bracket like carefully and I look at their previous results for each player and what form are they, what is their head-to-head. But for the women's, I feel like they are so upset prone that I just go with my gut for the women's each time. Maybe I should try the reverse next time. Like for the men's, just go with your gut, and with the women's, I do research. I'm not sure. Oh, wow. I mean, you're 9th for the year. That is insane. Well done. Trying to hold on that top 10 spot. That's impressive. Like when Murray made the final in Sydney, I did well in that bracket. Has Musetti match started? How's he going? Musetti, why is he not ringing a bell in the draw for me? Is he still in the tournament? Men's singles? Oh, yes, he's playing Ivashka. And that should be in about a half an hour. Definitely a winnable match there for Musetti. So it seems like he has a very nice draw. Definitely someone to watch. I see Alcaraz is playing Brooksby at this stage. And Alcaraz is comfortably leading 4-2 and 30 love on his serve, looking to make it 5-2. So I'm in the chat. Are you also very impressed with Kyrgios's play yesterday against JJ Wolf, making it comfortably in straight sets? I didn't see the match because it was way too late for me in my time zone. But it seems like I'm just so impressed with him. Like it seems like he's winning his matches quite comfortably, being quite focused. Yes, he had the spitting incident and so forth. But yeah, it seems like he is winning easy matches that he should be winning easily, where maybe in the past he would have went straight 5 sets, but now straight sets affair. And I think that matchup against Daniil Medvedev is going to be insane. Tell me in the chat, what is your prediction for that matchup? Tsitsipas strikes the ball. Oh, you mean strike like as in they have a striking backhand? Oh, to strike the ball. I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. So no, Tsitsipas doesn't have a striking backhand at all. Musetti is the only one Chapo apart. The others you mentioned are end of their career: Federer, Dimitrov, Evans. Yeah, and like Thiem, I think he has, and Wawrinka. I think Thiem and Wawrinka's backhands are more powerful than the likes of Federer, Dimitrov, and Evans. All right, Chapo serving at 30-15. He serves the backhand of Rublev. It's a good return there by Rublev. And Chapo is that next ball long, and it's 30-all. Neil saying for the women's, look, whatever did well in the last Grand Slam and they will lose the first round. Yeah, that is usually true. Like with the women's, you need the opposite of recency bias. It's recency bias as in they did well recently and now they're going to lose early next. But with the men's as well, often, like, you know, we saw with Chorik and Karina Busta, who didn't do well in Cincinnati and so forth. Neil saying Dimitrov best days are ahead of him. Just ask, come on. True. He still has a Grand Slam in him. As Chapo is now serving at 40-30. He says the backhand of Rublev is a good serve. But the +1 shot by Chapo is wide. It was a wild forehand. He tried to go for a massive winner there, Chapo, but it is wide. And we are at deuce. David saying Ivashka on crazy mode versus Hurkacz before, though, and he's more of a hardcore player. Tough win for Lorenzo if he gets it. So I just want to see. I know Musetti had Goffin. Was that in the first round, I think? Who was his second round opponent? It was, Bruver, the Netherlands person. So who do they play next? Like the winner of Musetti and Ivashka. Who do they play in the next round? That will be interesting to know, because I think then for the opponent, that could be quite a winnable match. They were saying that Medvedev will win in 5 against Kyrgios. Yeah, I think whichever way it goes, like whoever the winner is, I think we all can agree that it would be a very, very entertaining match to watch. I mean, if it's anything like their match that in Australia, that was very, very entertaining. As Denis Shapovalov was able to hold his serve there, and it is 2 games all. All right, 2 games all. Rublev serving. Olmini saying, I feel Medvedev will do better this time against Kyrgios. He played more and he is in better form. He is in better form. I just think that, like, it's a bad matchup for Medvedev, though. Like, I think with him standing so far behind the baseline, there's a lot of opportunities for Kyrgios to be creative, you know, with his drop shots, fake drop shots, underarm serves, serve and volley, and stuff like that. So, yep, it's very possible that Medvedev can do better this time, but I've got a feeling it won't be straight sets. I mean, it will be close either way it goes. And as you said, best of 5, Medvedev has time. Like in the likes of Canada, it was like quickly so over. They didn't have time to come back. Andrea saying Wawrinka is near to retirement. Dominic Thiem is not the same. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he's ever going to be the same again. He's a ghost of a player. I mean, Chapo is the only one to see when you want to watch a rocket of a ball. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Definitely, I agree with you on that one. Let's see. Rublev now serving at 15 all, 2 games all in the 3rd set. Oh, that's a big forehand there by Rublev. Chapo not able to handle that ball. And it is 30-15. Belinda asking, when is Nick and Daniel playing? They should be playing tomorrow, but I don't think the schedule is out yet. So we don't know what time that will be. But I'm almost guaranteed, I'm very certain that it's going to be a night session match. So then for me in South Africa, that would be way too late to watch, unfortunately. As Rublev overcooks that ball, and it is 30 all. 30 all, and it seems like it's quite hot out there as they are going for their towels quite often as the serve clock is counting down. Thank you, everybody, for joining me tonight for this coverage. I hope you enjoy it. If you do consider hitting the like button on this video as Rublev is serving at 30 all to the backhand of Chapo. Now Rublev with a cross court to the backhand of Chapo goes down the line. Rublev with the backhand now down the line. Chapo with the backhand cross court. Rublev with a forehand to the backhand of Chapo. It goes down the line and Rublev gets there though, and it's in. Chapo now with a forehand cross court winner, and Chapo wins that in there. And it all started with a beautiful backhand and is hit with a lot of power, as Andrea has mentioned before. And Rublev was able to get the ball back, but then the next forehand by Shapo was just too big. And that means that's 30-all on the serve of Rublev. Definitely window of opportunity here for Shapo. David asking, what time is it right now for you? Currently, for me, I think I'm 1 hour later than you. So currently for me, it's 9:20. So I think for you, it's now 8:20, I think, right? As Rublev's now having a cross-court backhand to the forehand of Shapo. Shapo now with the backhand to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo now with the cross-court backhand to the forehand of Rublev again. Again, a cross-court backhand by Shapo as they're exchanging cross-court rallies. Now Shapo with the forehand down the line. Rublev now with the backhand to the backhand of Shapo. That's so good by Shapo, though, with his backhand. Stepping in with a big forehand, but is it in? It's not. Don't think it is. But very, very good intentions there by Shapo. And that backhand is looking solid, I'm telling you right about now. It is looking solid. I can't do that. Like, I have a single backhand, but it's very, very difficult when your opponent is hitting big forehands to your single-hand backhand. You want to go for that slice. It's just so much safer. It's very difficult to generate topspin backhands against power coming your way because you have to be positioned in the perfect place. Like most of the times, you can't do that backhand because you're positioned in a difficult spot. And then it's difficult to time that backhand well. As Shapo is now getting frustrated, shouting at his box, and it's advantage to Rublev. So it's a 1 a.m. match between Medvedev and Kyrgios. Is it official or are you guessing? Medvedev, Kyrgios. Oh, it is official. Okay. Sorry, I said that the schedule isn't out yet, but it seems like it is. But it will be... Wait, let's think about this. Yeah, I'm surprised the schedule is out for that because it's not this leg, right? It's not tonight because Medvedev and Nadal played... not Medvedev and Nadal. They are the opposite draws. And we are currently in the Nadal draw. Yes, correct, because Nadal is playing later tonight against Gasquet. Tell me in the chat, yeah, you're saying they're official as well. Tell me in the chat, how many games is Gasquet going to win against Nadal tonight? I have a number in my head. Tell me, how many games do you think Gasquet is going to win against Nadal? As Rublev is able to hold his serve there and he leads 3-2.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, and Andrea saying this kind of winners is why I also believe that players like Shapo are not only rare, but unique. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. You'll never see again a beautiful single backhand such as Justin Henin in females. Shame on two-handed backhands. Yeah, it's interesting, like Federer even said, like when he teaches his kids, he will teach them to use a double-handed backhand as he feels like it's just more reliable. And it's unfortunate to hear that from someone like him, like having a single-handed backhand. So, yeah, that is unfortunate. Hopefully it doesn't die out. I mean, also think like if you talk about the females now, that's also why I was a fan of Suarez Navarro. I felt like because also she was like the only player with a single-handed backhand at that stage. So, yeah, it's interesting to note that with the females, you don't have like any single back. I can't think of anyone right now, but tell me in the chat if you know about someone who has a single-handed backhand that's currently active. Cross-court tennis saying 18. 2 bagels and a breadstick for Gasquet. We'll give Nadal a game. Well, that's very generous of you, I must say. Almenia, you read my mind. I also had 7. I have 7 in my mind. I think Gasquet is going to win 7 games. It will be like 6-2, 6-3, 6-2 or something like that. Gasquet, poetry in motion. Truly, I agree. While Nadal is a soccer player in a tennis business. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, okay, so the head-to-head is 17 0, right? Which is just insane. But I think like Gasquet did beat him when they were juniors, which is quite an interesting stat to think about. Like, like we know that Gasquet was like a child prodigy when he was younger, but then unfortunately things didn't go as well later on. But his technique is really, really beautiful to watch. And like his head-to-head against Djokovic is also like 15-love or something. And then against Federer, I think it's like 17-2. So it's interesting to see how he struggles against the big three. Chapo serving at 30-15. Oh, David saying there was an exhibition in 2018 where Gasquet won. Okay, that's interesting. Where was it? Yeah, I can't remember now something like that on top of my head. Like, what exhibition was it? What was like the idea behind it? As Chapo serving at 40-15 as in the net, second serve. If he's able to take this point, it will be 3 games apiece in this third set. Chapo serve, second serve to the backhand of Rublev. It's a good return. Rublev now with the backhand cross-court, but the cross-court backhand by Rublev goes wide, and that means that Rublev is able to hold his service game, and we are at 3 games all in this third set. All right, 3 games all, currently still on serve in this third set. Well, let's go the distance. Rublev serving first. Oh, serving now. And it's an ace. Lovely serve there by Rublev. 15-love. Rublev now serving fault. Second serve. To the forehand of Chapo. It's a good return. That's a lovely return there by Chapo. Very impressive. Stepped into the court with his forehand to the feet of Rublev. Nothing that Rublev can do about that. And it's 15-all. Dancing was an exhibition in Australia for prep for the Aussie Open. Okay, it's interesting. I can't remember that for some reason. So 2018. Okay, so Federer won that year against Cilic in the final. How did Nadal do in that Australian Open? Is that the year that he... No, that's not the year he lost against Verdasco. That was earlier, right? Let me think about it. You can let me in the chat if you know. I'm not going to Google it. I want to try and remember. Oh, but did Nadal play? 2018. So he played in the final against Federer in 2017. 2018, I can't remember. Yeah, you can tell me in the chat. I can't remember now. Who did Rafa lose against in the 2018 Australian Open? I can't remember now. Rublev serving at 15-30. Unreturned there by Chapo, and we are at 30-all at 3 games apiece. I'm still trying to think who did Nadal lose against in 2018. Cilic. Okay, it was Cilic you're saying in the chat. Interesting. And what round was it? Rublev serving at 30-all. It's a fault. Second serve. 5 sets. Nadal retired in the 5th. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, I can't remember that at all. Oh, and that's lovely there by Shapovalov as Rublev hits that in the net. And it's a break point opportunity here. And this is worth gold, because if Chapo is able to break here and clinch the next set, it will be tough for Rublev to come back 2 sets behind. David saying it wasn't the quarterfinals. Okay, interesting. So then Cilic played in the semis and Federer. Rublev stepping in with a big forehand. And Chapo is not able to get that passing shot correct. He hit that in the net, and it's a break point saved by Rublev. It is deuce. So now I'm going to try and test my memory. Who did Federer play in the semi-final that year? In 2018. No, I can't remember. It's way too long ago. Okay, deuce for Rublev serving. to the backhand of Chapo. I just remember that, and Chapo is frustrated there as Chapo returns that long, and it's advantage for Rublev. I just remember that like it wasn't the best tournament for Federer at all, and he still was able to win it. As we know, also like Djokovic was in very poor form during those years. And the return by Chapo is once again in the net. Rublev is able to save that break point, clinch his service game, and he leads in the set 4 games to 3.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, so let's just get, sorry, my stream froze. I'm just gonna restart my stream. Let's just play the Rublev button once again. Why not?
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, so my stream is back as the exchange ends at 4 games to 3. Quiz time, says David. 2017 Next Gen's final winner. Oh, I know that because I did a bit of research for this match, and it seems like Rublev beat Chapo. Oh, but was that the final, though? I just know they played against each other because I looked at the head-to-head before this match. But I'm not sure whether that was actually the final. Okay, so let's think about this. 2017 Next Gen Finals winner. Rublev. Wasn't it Rublev? I think it was Rublev. That's my guess. You can say no, and then I'll guess again. Azarenka bagels to get to the 4th round. That's very, very impressive. I must say, she's looking very, very good. Oh, it was Chung. That's interesting. All right. So I know he did very well in the 2017 Australian Open. I remember that. Was it 18? No, that was 18. When he did so well in the Australian Open. Federer played Chung in the semifinals. Am I correct? And Chung beat Djokovic in the Australian Open 2018. I think I'm correct on that one. Yeah, it's interesting that he won. And it's also odd that he's like the only next-gen winner who didn't then subsequently become a good player. Like all the others, it seems like they eventually then became very good players. Very, soon thereafter. It's interesting, like when you look at Sinner and Alcaraz, I mean, like immediately the year thereafter, they're like contenders for the World Tour Finals, which is insane. Yeah. Almina getting for Dimitrov. Oh, next gen. Yeah, Dimitrov is maybe Chorik is the original next gen person, right? But you could maybe say like Dimitrov before him was also like this child prodigy that they expected. Oh, that's a lovely forehand winner by Shapovalov. And he takes this game, blink and you miss it. He holds his game to love. All right. Yeah, Chang is now just in the wilderness. Hopefully comes back like Chorik and Carl Edmund. Yo, where is he? Like, is he still playing? Is he injured? Is he just not doing well with his results? I don't know. I hadn't heard of him in a very long time. As Rublev now, it's a forehand winner. That's a big forehand winner. Cross court there by Andrey Rublev, and it is 15-love. Yeah, I felt so glad for Chorik when he was able to clinch that Cincinnati to show what he is capable of. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to continue those results in the US Open, which makes you now think, like, was it a one-hit wonder thing? Or, like, is it him coming back and now reaching his potential? And unfortunately now it seems like it could have maybe been a one-hit wonder thing for one tournament. Tell me in the chat, what do you think? Is he gonna like become now a superstar player, top 10 player, or was that unfortunately a once-off thing? Rublev now leading at 30-love, 4 games all as he serves a fault second serve. Second serve to the backhand of Shapo. It's a great return by Shapo with the single backhand. That's beautiful. Rublev hits that ball in the net, and it's 15 all. PK, who has a faster serve, Irani or Brooksby? So I'm assuming that Brooksby has a slow serve. I don't get the joke. I'm sorry. Right, let's see. Shapo at the net with a drop shot, but Rublev gets there. Shapo at the net with a volley, and finally, the drop shot by Shapo works. Rublev was still able to get there, as he was able to do in all the previous drop shots, but Shapo followed up with a beautiful volley at the net. Oh, that's good reactions there by Shapo at the net. And that means that it's 15-30 on the serve of Rublev. David saying, hopefully, the Chung recently was training again, still miles away from competing though. Hopefully we see him in challenges next year. Yeah, I also, what age is he now then? Let's Google all this. Because I assume he's not like a youngster anymore, really, because 2017 is quite a while ago. Oh, but if I say Chung, I'm not going to get the tennis player. Chung Tennis, I don't know what his name is. Ayon Chung, he is 26. Party time for Shapo. Let's see. Forehand by Rublev to the backhand of Shapo, and the Shapo backhand is in the net, and Rublev holds. Very, very important hold there from his perspective, and that means that he does lead. Sorry, I see the scoreboard is a bit behind there on the screen. Hopefully it will catch up now, but he does lead 5 games to 4.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, PK, what was the question? Will Gasquet make the top 10? Yeah, I always think about Gasquet. That one year he was number 8 for the World Tour Finals, and I feel like every year there's this one person in the World Tour Finals that respectfully doesn't belong there. Obviously, they belong there because they are top 8, but why? It always seems for me like the gap between number 7 and 8 is so large. And then you also always have that one person who got there for number 8, and everybody beats that person. Every year, and Gasquet was that person one year, shame, in the World Tour Finals. And then, other years, I think what often happens is you have players that have a good clay court season, and then they make number 8, and then the World Tour Finals is not only on a hard court, but actually very, very fast hard court, and then they struggle to compete against the best. But also, I think it's a case of often you have people that are very consistent and they do well against the rest of the tour, but then as soon as they face someone top quality, then they stand no chance. And then they are number 6, 7, 8, because they are very consistent and good against others, but then you just know that against the likes of the big 3, they don't stand a chance. Maybe you can put respectfully someone with the likes of Nori in there, very, very consistent, very well done. But you just know against the big 3, unfortunately, I don't think he has the weapons to take some of them out. Well, with someone with the likes of Shapo, yes, he's very inconsistent and he's going to lose early rounds, but at least he has the chance of causing an upset in some of those matches. As a 30 love for Shapo, hard to tell with Chorik. Yeah, well, I guess we need some more data. 26. Okay, so what is this a response to? Oh, Chang's age. Okay. I maybe thought this is now the games that Gasquet is going to win against Nadal. All right, let's see. 30 love for Shapo. As he serves. Oh, that's an ace. That's a beautiful serve there by Shapo. And it's 40 love. Quite an easy service game. Yeah, Almina, exactly like Diego in 2020. Exactly. It's once again, a lot of respect. They are obviously way more talented and good than I'll ever be. I mean, I won't win a point against them, and they have very, very good results. It's just they are these typical players that they are so consistent and do so well against other players, but then as soon as they hit someone that is ranked higher than them, they're just, they are just not good enough talent-wise. As Chapo is able to hold a game to love, and that means that it is 5 games all. It was important hold there for Chapo. If he got broken, then it would have been set to Rublev, as exactly what happened in the first set, where it was like he needs to hold, otherwise he gets broken, and he got broken. But this time he clashes out and he holds his serve as we now get to the business end of this set. All right, let's see. PK saying, wow, the disrespect. Gasquet totally deserved to be the ATP finals. He's beaten all the big four. He's been I'm going to think you, I'm going to go on a limb and say you are like joking here. He's beaten Djokovic. Well, Djokovic once, Federer twice, and Nadal once before he went there. Hey, G, nice to have you in the chat. Welcome. How's it going? It's going very well. Thank you very much. I'm really enjoying this match. I think it's an exciting matchup between very, very aggressive players. All right, let's see. Rublev now the forehand to the forehand of Chapo. Now the down the line forehand by Rublev. Now cross-court by Rublev. Like a lot of variation. Rublev now the forehand to the forehand of Chapo. Goes cross-court to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo now with a big forehand, and that's a winner by Chapo. What a forehand by Chapo there, cross-court, winding it up. Great angle. That's not easy. That can very easily clip the net because that's a very difficult angle to generate. Oh, what a lovely angle there. Almost as lovely as Kurt angle from WWE. I don't know if there are any fans there in the chat, but that's a lovely winner there by Chapo. And it's love 30. That means that it's love 30. And there's a window of opportunity here for Chapo to break and then serve for the set. Let's see whether that happens. Gene saying you predicted Chapo in 5 before this match. Not a Rublev fan. Okay, yeah, I also predicted 5 sets, and Alminia also predicted 5 sets in the beginning. And David, I can't remember now. Sorry that I don't remember, but I know you had a prediction in the beginning as well. I think you said 5 sets as well, didn't you? I can't remember. As Rublev is able to get the next point, and it's 15-30. Yeah, exactly. You suck. You suck. You suck. You suck. As Rublev goes for a forehand to the backhand of Chapo. Now Rublev with the forehand going around his backhand Chapo, and it works very, very well, winding up that forehand. And Rublev's not able to handle that pace, and it means that it's 2 break point opportunities here for Shapovalov at 15-40. Good angle, the GOAT. So tell me, David, are you a WWE fan? And if so, who were your favorites? I'm saying were as if like nobody's fans any longer. I shouldn't make that assumption, eh? So who are / were your favorite wrestlers? As Rublev is now serving, and he goes for a forehand. Ooh, that's so short. Chapo has to go forward to get to that ball. Chapo now with the backhand to the backhand of Rublev. He goes cross-court. Chapo holding in there with some great defense. Chapo now with the backhand cross-court. Is that in? It's just not in, unfortunately, there for Shapovalov. He did so well to defend in that rally with his movement with some slices. But in the end, Rublev gets that point. He saves 1 break point, and it is 30-40 on the serve of Rublev. God, Gene saying Chapo is great to watch when he's on his game. Definitely, definitely true. And Jared also saying, when Chapo is on, it's an absolute work of art. I 100% agree with you on that statement. Let's see, 30-40 break points, another break point opportunity here for Chapo as Rublev is serving. And they are complaining. It's an ace. But why is Chapo complaining? Sorry, I don't have any audio. I'm listening to it on mute as I'm watching it on my iPhone, and the iPhone doesn't have a freaking headphone jack. So I can't watch the iPhone with my headphones. I got an iPhone. I was Samsung all my life. And then unfortunately at the end, I must admit, I went iPhone recently because I feel like even though I feel like the Samsung, tell me what you think, but I feel like the Samsung phone in isolation is a better phone than the iPhone. But what Apple gets done so well is their synergy between their different products, like when you like the iPhone with the Apple Watch and the iPad, they talk to each other so well. The ecosystem works so well together, and I think it's because they are responsible for both the hardware and the software. Like when you have Samsung, they are reliant on like Google and stuff like that for their software, so then you don't get that synergy between their products. All right, it's another breakpoint opportunity here for Chapo as it's advantage. Rublev now serving to save breakpoint number 3. Let's see what happens over here. Rublev serving to the backhand of Chapo. It's a good return. Oh, but it's a fault. So it doesn't matter. Second serve. Oh, it's a first serve, so it was a let. Sorry, I missed that. And it's unreturned there by Chapo, and it's deuce, and he gets frustrated, and he's shouting at the crowd. Shapovalov is, as we are back to deuce. 3 breakpoints opportunities for Chapo, 0 converted. Jared saying that majors suit him more because he has more room for error. That's very true. That's a very, very interesting point that you are making there. All right, let's see. Chapo with a backhand to the forehand of Rublev. That's a good forehand hitting there by Rublev. Chapo not able to handle that pace, and it is advantage for Andrey Rublev. Oh, David saying, funny enough, you never watched WWE. Just other people I knew were obsessed with John Cena. I said I had to get cultured. Okay, that's interesting. Now, so I always also played the PlayStation game, SmackDown versus Raw. Took up a lot of my time. And I was a big fan of Rey Mysterio. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with him, but that was my favorite WWE superstar. As Rublev is able to hold there, Rublev in the end, saving 3 break points in that service game. And he leads 6 games to 5 in this third set. Wrong button.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs. He's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs. He's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, I accidentally first pressed the 700 likes button, which is obviously not true. Let's see how many do we have currently. What is the chance we already have 700? Probably a 0. Let's see, how many likes do we have? I'm not let's hope for like, 71. That's not bad. Thank you very much. All right. For those of you that haven't hit the like button yet, please do consider hitting that like button. It really helps the channel out. We are currently on 71, and I'm expecting that we're going to have a 5-setter over here. So let's see whether we can get to 100 likes before the end of this video. It will be highly appreciated. Oh, I'm a bit behind in the chat here. Milan, hi. Nice to have you in the chat. It seems like everybody is happy that you are joining us here. Aaron, hi. Nice. Nice to meet you. Kane, Kane. I wanted to say Kane. Kane and China were my favorites on WWF. Okay, that's very interesting. So I assume you liked Kane more when he still had his mask, right? Most people have that opinion. I feel like the best Kane was when he had his mask in the beginning, but then there was like a stage where he had his mask, but it was more like a goofy kind of character, which I didn't like. Like when he had he told The Rock, who did that? He was something like chicks dig the mask, and I was like, that's not intimidating. So then there was that phase, and then when he just took off his mask, I actually liked that section of his character. He was very scary for me then. Maybe it's also my age at that stage. But like when he just took off his mask and he had this rivalry with Eric Bischoff, I mean, that was very, very scary. When he just took off his mask and he had like this black, like semi-cloak around his head. That was scary. But then in the end, I feel like they destroyed his character completely after that, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I was also a big Kane fan in his prime. And like he is so strong. His strength is so underrated. As Rublev, it's a big forehand to the backhand of Chapo, which goes into the net. And that means that it's love 30 for Shapovalov. No, sorry, for Rublev. And that means that he's 2 points away from taking in this third set. Oh my goodness, the drama over here at court number. I'm not sure which one it is. Let's say 17. Is it? I don't know. Not sure. Chapo serving at love 30. As he serves a fault second serve. As he serves a second serve to the backhand of Rublev. Now a forehand by Shapo. It's gutsy. Now Shapo with the backhand down the line. Oh, that's a beautiful backhand down the line by Shapo. Rublev with the responding shot in the net. That is impressive, that backhand down the line by Shapo. Most of the times, as a Federer fan, I most of the time see that going into the net, but Shapo able to generate enough topspin to get that over the net. I mean, saying you watched WWE a bit during the early 2000s, Undertaker and Kane and The Rock. Yeah, those are the prime years, right? And that was like so I assume like in those times, Undertaker had like the bicycle. It was the American Badass version of Undertaker during those years. Gene saying, "Oh, that's what I'm talking about." Like he keeps yapping about stuff, and then I was like, "Is that me? I'm so sorry." And then Jared asking, "Are you talking about Shapo?" And he confirms yes, and I have a sigh of relief. As Shapo is now serving at 30-all, and it's a fault second serve. This match is brought to you by Apple. Yeah, as I said, I'm not an Apple fan at all. I'm sorry to admit that I went to Apple, but I don't like how they like rip people off. 30-40, and it's not only a break points opportunity here, it's a set point opportunity here. And we have 111 people online. Now, for those of you that watch cricket, you'll know that this is Lucky Nelson. I'll explain Lucky Nelson right now. Let's just quickly watch. But you have your feet in the air. Lucky Nelson, you have to have your feet in the air. Let's see. Shapo serving to Rublev's backhand. And the return goes long by Rublev, and we are on deuce. I'll explain the Lucky Nelson now. Let's just see. I'm a bit behind in the chat. One thing I watched early 2000s, nearly died trying a swanton pop-up. Yeah, I think we've all been there, where we tried some of the finishes and then basically very almost hurting ourselves. But a swanton bomb, I'm not sure, like, I'm not familiar with that finisher. Like, whose finisher is that? A swanton bomb. Of a pool table. Oh, a pool table, not a pool. I thought like a swimming pool. Like at least when I was young, we did our finishes in a swimming pool. That's a bit safer. But a pool table, that's something completely different. Oh, and we have a massive serve there by Shapo, 129 miles per hour, as he has advantage. Shapo serving. Oh, that's another ace. That's another ace by Shapo as he shouts in joy, as he hoards, and that means that we are going to a, you guessed it, tie break. And this could go any way, and it means so much, because if Shapo wins this tiebreak, then suddenly he's leading 2-1. If Rublev takes it, he's leading 2-1. Who is going to take this? Rublev serving first to the backhand of Shapo. Shapo now with a big forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo now with a backhand cross-court to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo now with a backhand down the line, but Rublev gets there with his backhand. Shapo now with a big forehand down the line. Rublev hits it in the net. Rublev hits it in the net. That means there is a mini break for Shapo already. Tell me in the chat, what is your predictions for this one? All right, let's see. Shapo will now be serving in his first service point of this tiebreak. All right, let's see. Shapo serving as a fault second serve. And now Rublev with a backhand return. It's a deep return. Was that return in? No, the return was just long. And that means that it's 2-0 for SHAPOVALOV. Jared asking, you guys remember when Yuzny smashed his face? That was hilarious. I mean, I didn't see it live. I didn't watch Denis by then at that stage, but I saw it in like YouTube videos, and it was quite funny to see. I guess you shouldn't laugh. It's like a medical injury, but yeah, it's still like funny from a certain point of view. Hopefully the internet agrees with me. Shapo is serving at 2-love. It's a fault second serve. Almenia saying you did a choke slam. All right. There we go. Chapo with a backhand to the forehand of Chapo. It's a fault. Was it a let? I'm not sure. As I'm saying, I'm watching this match on mute. But either way, Chapo will now be serving again. Let's see. That is a second serve, it seems, to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo now with the backhand. Forehand, big forehand by Rublev to the forehand of Chapo. Now Chapo with the forehand cross court to the backhand of Rublev. Goes down the line, but Rublev hits it in the net again. Rublev hits it in the net again. And that means there's 3 points to love for Chapo. This tiebreak could not have started any better for Shapovalov, as he now comfortably is 3-love. And Rublev really needs to hold these 2 service points in the set. Wow. What are we in for here? Thank you, everybody, for joining me here tonight. If you're enjoying this coverage, please consider hitting the like button on this video, as Rublev is now serving at love 3. He serves to the backhand of Chapo. And now Chapo with the backhand down the line, but it's just long. And it's 3-1 Rublev. Neil saying, please do consider hitting the like button. You're too polite, Haman. You just need to say, hit that like. Okay, I'm going to have a bit. Come on, hit that like button. I know, I feel too bad saying that. All right, let's see. The return there by Chapo went long. So Rublev was able to hold both his service points. So it is 3 points to 2. Chapo is going to serve. He does have the 1 mini break, but well done there for Rublev. It was a must-win service points on his serve. Will Rublev now get a mini break and get back into this tiebreak? We'll have to wait and see. Rublev serving at 3 points to 2. Rublev serving to the backhand, but it's a let first serve. All right, let's see. Chapo with a forehand to the forehand of Rublev. And now back down the line by Chapo. That's big. And it's not in by Rublev. That's a very, very big forehand there by Chapo going cross courts. And that means that Chapo is leading 4-2 in this tiebreak as they are exchanging ends. I do apologize. I am a bit behind in the chat. Let's see whether I can quickly get through these, because I really want to see what your predictions were for this tiebreak before this tiebreak started. All right, so we have David saying that it will be 7-5 for Chapo. Take into account, in everybody's defense, this was before the tiebreak started, so we didn't know the scoreline of 4-2 at that stage. David saying 7-5 for Chapo. Jean going for 7 for Chapo. Milan going for 9-7 Rublev. Interesting. Almiran going 13-11, having a very long tiebreak for Rublev. I'm a Chapo fan. I'm a big Chapo fan. That's correct, Jean. But I'm also a Rublev fan. I must say, for this match, I am impartial. Like, I don't support a specific player for this match. I'm a big fan of both of their games. As Chapo is hitting a big forehand to the backhand of Rublev. Now Chapo with a forehand cross court to the forehand of Rublev, who hits it in the net. Rublev hits it in the net, and it's 5-2 for Shapovalov, who is once again able to hold these 2 service points. That's clash play there by Chapo. And Rublev now under a lot of pressure. 5-2 for Rublev, will now be serving next. Hi, Lexi. Nice to have you in the chat. All right, let's see. And that serve by Rublev is unreturned, and it's 5-3 for Shapovalov. All right, let's see. Rublev now serving at 3-5. As he serves to the forehand of Chapo. That's a great return there by Chapo. Rublev not able to do anything with that. It's another mini break by Denis Shapovalov. It's 6-3, and he will be serving next. And he has several set points now to his disposal, of which some will be on his serve. Great opportunity here for Denis Shapovalov. All right, let's see. Aaron saying Chapo to win the match for me. 7-4 this set. Chapo is now serving. It's a let first serve. All right, is it Rublev? Shapo serving to the backhand of Rublev. Shapo now with the cross-court forehand winner. It's a winner by SHAPOVALOV, and he takes the third set in the tiebreak in the end quite comfortably, I must say. And he leads in this match 2-1. First set went to Rublev 6-4, but then he took the next set 6-2, and then 7-6. It was a tight set, the third one, but I must say the tiebreak was very comfortable for SHAPOVALOV in the end. Will SHAPOVALOV clinch this match further? Well, I'm telling you, this match is not done. I predict it's going to go the distance still. Rublev will, in my prediction, make a comeback in the next set. But you never know, and that's the beauty of sport. There's no script. Stay with me until the very end of the set, and let's see whether Shapo will pull this through or will Rublev make a comeback. Shapo is going to make a bathroom break at the stage. He is leading 7-6. All right, and as Shapo is going to take a bathroom break, I'm going to do the same. And I see my laptop is flat, so let me also just charge that. While all of that is happening, I'll be back in about 2 minutes. But don't go anywhere, as together we will be enjoying the rest of this match. See you right now. Be right back.
Tennis superstar Novak Djokovic is officially out of the US Open.
Novak Djokovic has come out and he has announced that he will not be playing the US Open.
Sasha Zverev has withdrawn from this year's US Open.
Serena Williams, she is announcing her retirement from tennis after the US Open, obviously her home tournament.
I think that her legacy is really wide to the point where you can't even describe it in words. I think I'm a product of what she's done. I wouldn't be here without Serena Venus. I'm very thankful to her.
A lot of other players in the field, have the belief I can do that too. I think what we achieve shows that, anything can happen really.
It's time!
First thing I did when I got home from work is I changed to the Rafa hat, the Rafa top.
Emma Raducanu.
And she's just beaten Serena Williams and Azarenka. This is the biggest talking point. Nick Kyrgios on the same section as Daniil Medvedev. Who do you think is going to win the US Open this year? He answered Carlos Alcaraz. I mean, it's still the young guns. Rafa has got a nice draw. I'm a massive Laver fan.
Garcia is incredible. I put a bet on Garcia to win the US Open.
Rafa Nadal is going to win the US Open this year.
Rafael Nadal comes back from the depths yet again.
We've both gone for the same guy. I've got Linda, you've got Linda.
It's Serena Williams! One of the biggest matches in US Open history, JG.
Let's be honest, she's the greatest of all time.
It's into the net. Serena takes the first set. Come on!
She's done it!
Yes! Come on!
Serena Williams will play another singles match. She blew me away. I was surprised. The greatest of all time turned up.
Nadal has to be considered a favorite.
Rafa for 23. Let's go, Ben. Come on.
Rafa for 23. I think Shapo could pose some problems to him. So in my predictions, I actually had, I had a lot of them completely wrong, so I don't deserve any praise. But one of my predictions was that Shapo is going to beat Rublev here, and then Norrie, and then Nadal in the quarterfinals. Let's see whether that happens or not. Tell me in the chat, what do you think? Is that possible? Can Shapo go all the way until the semifinals? I have him losing against Beretini in the semifinals. Let's see whether that's maybe possible or not. Let's see, what did I miss in the chat here? MJ, nice to have you in the chat. Again, you did a 5K, 2 loops of the Central Park Reservoir. First run since the shoulder started hurting. All right. Yo, Jared saying, if Shapo plays like this, he'll be a serious problem for Nadal. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I really think he can trouble him. Who is a worse matchup for Nadal, Schwartzman or TFO? That's a good question, and my answer would be TFO. I think Nadal would rather face Schwartzman than TFO. Tell me whether you agree or not. And I also think he would rather face Norrie than Shapo. I really do. Tell me whether you agree, despite them having higher rankings than the two that I'm predicting would be more difficult for Nadal. Great prediction. Well, as I say, I don't deserve any praise because I had Sloan Stevens against Madison Keys in the women's final, and they both are out by the third round. So that's embarrassing. And then with the men's side, I had Griego Dimitrov winning in the final against Beretini. And yeah, I don't have to go into detail as to why that's an embarrassing prediction. But let's focus on the one I got right. I agree with you. Thank you very much. It is a great prediction, isn't it? That Chapo is going to beat Nadal in the quarters. Milan saying you definitely can, but I don't think you will. Yeah, I think that's a lot of people's perspective on Chapo. We all know about his potential, but then whether it's going to be executed as such or not is a completely different question. As Chapo is serving first in this fourth set and has already loved 30. Opportunity here for Rublev to break back and get some momentum back in this match. Chapo serving at love 30. The forehand of Rublev. That's a great serve. Now, cross-court forehand winner by Chapo. What a great cross-court winner there by Shapovalov. Jared asking, I predicted that in the beginning of the tournament. That's correct. So in my TNNS app, those were the predictions that I made, which you make before the tournament begins. Oren, I'm from South Africa, Australia. I don't mean to be rude. No, it's not rude at all. I'm from South Africa. My accent is, you can it's not a great accent. My English isn't my first language. I'm Afrikaans. I'm not sure if you are familiar with the language. So yeah, I hate my English accent. It's horrible to listen to. I can't listen to myself speaking English or Afrikaans for that matter, but that's a different story. As Chapo is able to get that point as well, and we are at 30 all. Chapo serving to the forehand of Rublev. It's a fault. Second serve. It's a double fault. It's a double fault there by Chapo. Is this where he starts cracking mentally? Could be. I wanted to talk to you about the Lucky Nelson, but now we're on breakpoint again. So let's just get through this quickly. Breakpoint opportunity here for Rublev. Can he capitalize and take momentum in the start of this fourth set? Chapo serves. Big, but it's a fault. Second serve. As he serves to the backhand of Rublev. Big forehand there by Chapo now to the forehand of Rublev. Now to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo now with a backhand cross-court to the forehand of Rublev. Chapo running around to his forehand, but it's it in the net. Chapo is it in the net, and it's a break immediately in the start of this fourth set. So can Andrey Rublev keep this momentum going and clinch this fourth set to take us to a fifth set decider? Let's see and find out together.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
Andrey Rublev. Aaron saying, I like the Springboks in the rugby. All right. Interesting. As a supporter, it's sometimes frustrating. I must say, I'm not a big rugby fan, so I don't watch rugby that often. Obviously, when they are playing, I would support them. I watch cricket quite often, so I support our cricket team. But tennis is mostly the sport that I'm watching. And then I was a big football fan, where I watched to 28 until 2015. I watched every match, and then I stopped watching because my team started to performing very poorly, and then this season they are suddenly winning, so now I'm watching again. So am I a real fan then? Probably not. So as you might guess, I'm an Arsenal supporter. Let's see how they can do in the remainder of the season. All right, let's see. Rublev leading 30-love. Can he consolidate his break? Of course, as David points out, it's still early. It is, you can't really say that now Rublev takes control of the set, but a consolidation would be something in the right direction from his perspective, as he is now up 40-love. Can he send a message to Chapo saying that this is not done? As he serves to the backhand of Chapo. It's a good return by Chapo. Chapo now with the backhand cross-court. Oh, that's beautiful. That is so beautiful. Cross-court winner there with his backhand by Chapo. Oh, the angle. Oh, that is just magnificent. Oh, look at that replay. That's poetry in motion. Now Rublev with the backhand cross-court winner of his own. And Rublev is able to hold his service game, and he consolidates his break and leads 2-0 in this fourth set. All right. Yeah, David saying you better beat Man United tomorrow. So I must say, like I'm saying, Arsenal have won all their games this far, and it's true, and it's good performance. But I mean, with due respect, they haven't really faced anything that screams quality. So, and this will continue when we play Man United next. I didn't plan that joke. It just happened. All right, Neil saying it looks good for SA in the final cricket test after Johnny Bairstow broke his leg yesterday. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. But yeah, so South Africa won the first test, lost the second test convincingly, and now we'll have to see what happens in the third one. And then for cricket fans, we have a T20 World Cup coming up very soon, which would be interesting to watch. As Chapo is now serving to the backhand of Rublev, and it's unreturned, and it's 30-love for Chapo. Must hold game here for Chapo, one would think. MJ asking, who do I like? I like Britney Spears. I'm a big fan of hers. Although I must say I don't like the new track that she has with Elton John a lot. Like I'm a big fan of hers, and usually I like everything that she releases. But this was not a good. I mean, the production. She's so overproduced on that song. Her vocals. I mean, it could have been a robot. And I know like her songs are usually very like overproduced, but this is just next level overproduced. So I'm not a big fan of that release. So yeah, thank you for asking. All right, let's see. Chapo serving at 40-love. To the backhand of Rublev. It's an ace. It's an ace, and Chapo responds with a game to love and saying, listen, this set is not over. All right, let's see whether Chapo can hold in this set. I see the scoreboard says that I still have 40. Hopefully it will catch up now. But Chapo did hold. But Andrey Rublev has a break in this set. Aaron saying, I can't blame you for drifting in and out of football. My granduncle played for Arsenal many years ago. Oh, wow. That's insane. Well done on that. Liam Brady. Well done. Yeah, so the thing with football is it very easily be a very, very boring match. I mean, you can sit there for 90 minutes, well, 120 if you count everything together. And then it's 0-0. And then I feel like I've really now wasted my time. Well, with tennis, at least, it's not a time-driven game. So there will be winners. There will be like score line working in a way somehow. Well, I feel like with football, if I just pass around, nothing happens, then I feel like I've wasted my time. And it takes a lot of time to watch all the matches week in and week out. Yeah, Neil saying Bairstow is out of the World Cup as well. Okay, that's unfortunate. Alcaraz beating the pulp out of Brooksby. Okay, I actually haven't paid any attention to what's happening on the other courts. So on that note, thank you for letting me know. Let's see what is happening on the other courts. So Alcaraz, 6-3, 6-3 up against Brooksby. That's very impressive. And we have Schwartzman that is up a break against Tiafoe. And what was interesting, before this match, I saw that the betting odds were actually in Tiafoe's favor. So people are not very high on Schwartzman on these courts. Oscar asking, do I think Rublev has a chance? Definitely. I predicted a 5-setter at the beginning of this match, and I'm sticking with that prediction. And then in the fifth set, anything can happen. Oh, you meant these two tennis players? Oh, sorry, I thought you meant like pop icons. Yeah, I'm a big fan of both, to be honest. So I'm impartial. Is it impartial or impartial? I'm not sure what's the correct usage of word there, but yeah, no, I like them both. Rublev serving at love 15 to the backhand of Chapo, who goes for a big backhand to the backhand of Rublev. Now Rublev with the backhand down the line to the backhand of Chapo also goes down the line as they both go down the line. Now a cross-court forehand by Chapo, but he overcooks it. And that means that it's 15 all. Haman, can I sing Toxic of Aura? I see. Hit Me Baby one more time for us. I can sing it. Can I sing it for you? No. Definitely not. Not live on the interweb. That will not happen. As Rublev now goes to the... Chapo tries to go for a lob. But Rublev is at the net and he puts that away for a winner. And it is 30-15. Yeah, I think it's just fair. If Beretini is allowed to be in studio and auto-tune and all those nice things, then nobody should be put in a position where they have to perform it live. If she doesn't have to perform it live, nobody else has to. Yeah, David, I think it should have been an or, a Toxic or Hit Me Baby one more time. Well, she has a lot of new tunes as well that are quite good from her album Glory. Big fan of that album. But most people are not familiar with her newer songs. As Chapo is able to get that point and it's 30 all. Although Beretini's a pop fave for the masses, I'd expect more of it. I'd expect more of an indie pick. All right. Well, I'm also a big fan of Muse. I'm not sure whether any of you in the chat are familiar with the band Muse. They just released an album last week called Will of the People. I love it. I mean, it's a lot of the fans are critical in the sense that it's not like the same as it was in the olden days, but I mean, it's still an enjoyable album for me. And I mean, Matthew Bellamy is just like one of the best vocalists of our time. Neil saying, and in cricket, you can play for 5 days and it ends in a draw. I mean, fair. But I feel like with cricket, at least, like, it's rare that you sit and watch test cricket, like watch every ball. It's more like on in the background, and I love that. When it's like on in the background and you watch like the strategies, like when are they going to declare and wickets falling and stuff like that. While with football or soccer, you are sitting there watching every minute. So then at least something has to happen. Well, then cricket, I feel like it's a nice thing to have on in the background. As Rublev is able to hold there, and remember, he got a break in the first service game, and that means that he now leads 3-1 in this fourth set. Are we going to a fifth set? Looks like it at this stage.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, and David points out, whoever cared about Musetti, he is now playing. I think it was Belinda, but I think she is not online currently. Oh, impartial. All right, thank you very much. Oh, Liam Brady is an Arsenal legend. Actually, so sorry for not knowing that. And a Republic of Ireland legend too. Okay. Oh, that's a great... I'm going to sing it if the stream hits 200 likes. Absolutely, I will, because it won't happen. I would be the biggest pleasure to sing it live on the stream if we get to 200 likes. But it won't happen, so no worries. Aaron saying, I like Schwartzman. He's a fighter. I think he will be TFO. Yeah, he's a talent maximizer, right? Schwartzman. But I mean, against the likes of Nadal, I think he has no chance. While some of the likes of TFO can pull something out of that and upset Nadal. So if you're a Nadal fan, you obviously want an easier matchup. From a neutral perspective, you probably want something that could go either way in that matchup. Oh, David, you're familiar with Muse then, I assume. So my favorite, so I feel like, you say coming from a man raised on Muse. That's interesting. So I think most people feel like Absolution is their best album. For me personally, Origin of Symmetry is my favorite one. I just like with a a lot of use of the piano and like the organ in Megalomania and his use of falsetto. So that album for me is my favorite. Tell me I'm going to predict yours is Absolution, but tell me what is your favorite album? PK, Haman, don't you think JG looks at... No, I don't see it. I don't see it. Neil, there was an England essay test in 1938. I remember that, actually. Yeah, I was there. Which lasted for 9 days in PE, and they only finished because the boat to take... Are you serious? Is that true? Well, if that's true, that's a great story. Which lasted for 9 days. Yeah, so in those days, it didn't finish like necessarily after 5 days. In those days, they kept on playing until there's a winner. And they only finished because the boat to take the England team home. I assume it's true because it's way too random to make this up. MJ, I've heard of the Muse band. Don't know the songs or the music. I am not a Britney fan. Take that back. She had problems and was spiraling out of control. Yeah, that was 2007. They tested her. She can't be put under that conservatorship. Yeah, she's luckily now not in the conservatorship any longer. Oh, and it was the mid-late 70s when he played for Arsenal. I don't think anyone in the chat would remember him. Very interesting. She's writing history. Maybe it went too long, but in the start they were looking out for her. Rewriting history. Are we now talking about Britney? Sorry, I'm a bit lost now. Oh, you're saying Miles is Black Holes or Resistance. Okay, interesting. So the more recent albums over there. Yeah, I liked the Resistance a lot. Like I feel there's a lot of use of the orchestra, which I liked of that album. A lot of Muse fans feel like since the Second Law, it was like not the same Muse any longer. Like Black Holes, you had your classics, your Starlight, Supermassive Black Hole, etc. And then Resistance maybe didn't have those singles really, but the album as Uprising, I guess, was a big success. But I mean, the album as a whole had very nice orchestral and like a classical feel to it. Like for example, that I Belong to You, where there's like a bass clarinet solo. I mean, how unique is that? As we have Rublev now hitting a big forehand to the cross-court backhand of Shapo. So forehand down the line, but Shapo gets there with his backhand. Now Shapo with a forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo now with a slice with his backhand. Now forehand of Rublev to the backhand of Shapo. Cross-court. That's a long rally, and Rublev makes the first error. He hits that in the net. And it's love 15 on the serve of Shapo. Oh, Dave's saying, I know people don't like Resistance. Well, that's the thing. As I've said, I actually feel like a lot of people say that the Resistance is the last good album, like since the Second Law, that they feel that's... but no, I like the Resistance a lot as well. Neil saying, yes, it's true. They were called timeless tests in those days. They played until someone won. That's interesting. I like that. It'll be interesting to have one of them like today again. Like, how would it affect their play? Because I don't feel like the players these days don't have the technique to be able to defend for that long because of probably the introduction of T20. Oh, I'm just saying it's $315 to see Rafa tonight. Okay, that is quite insane. And it's strange considering, with all due respect, that it's against Gasquet. Like, I don't expect that Gasquet's gonna get any more than 7 games tonight. Oh, that's a great return there by Shapo with his single-handed backhand cross-court. And that means that it's 15-30. And it's a bit of a window of opportunity here for Shapo to break back. Isn't Uprising on the show Teletubbies? Uprising. Do you mean like the song? I don't think so. Did Teletubbies end like years ago? Or were there like new versions as was the case with Power Rangers? As Shapo overcooks that ball, and that means that we have 3-all. I saw an interesting meme the other day where they show like Lord of the Rings is actually just Teletubbies. They show like the homes look exactly the same, and I can't remember now all the details, but they show like, and the sun is like the yeah. So that was interesting. Although I've seen Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring and Twin Towers and Return of the King, but I never saw The Hobbit. But maybe some of you are fans in the chat. Tell me, what do you think of the Amazon things that are coming? Also, I haven't seen Game of Thrones. So obviously then also not the prequels that are coming out right now. And Chapo is able to get that ball back, and this means that it's now deuce on the serve of Rublev. And as David says, it's free to watch Nadal if you watch it with Ben and JG. So do make sure that you watch the match later on. I assume it will be presented by Ben and JG. I saw, David, you actually did Nadal's match yesterday against, who was it against? Now my memory is again failing me. Second round, it was against Fognini, right? I think you covered it, if I remember correctly. You just wanted to hear me say Teletubbies. Teletubbies. The Hobbit trilogy isn't really good. Yeah, that's the thing. So I guess that's why I didn't watch it. Shapo has a break point. Let's get back to the tennis quickly. And the fault by Rublev there. And he'll now go for a second serve. To the forehand of Shapo. Oh, and Shapo goes for broke and he hits it in the net. And he's shouting at his box. That was such a big opportunity there for Shapo. But we are back to deuce. I haven't seen any Game of Thrones, and it's not for a specific reason. I just never got to that stage. But I guess I will like it because I like fantasy worlds. I'm a big Star Wars fan, so I guess then in that sense where you have like world building that you have with Star Wars, especially in the Clone Wars era, I would probably like Game of Thrones a lot. So I just have to get there. As Shapo now, it's a forehand to the backhand of Rublev, and the backhand by Rublev goes wide, meaning that Shapo will have another break point opportunity as he shouts in joy. Putama, who will win? I think it will be Shapo in 5. Let's see Rublev now serving fault. Second serve. Second serve, Shapo with a forehand to the backhand of Rublev. Shapo now stepping in with the cross court winner by SHAPOVALOV. He breaks back and he makes this 3 games all. And as David alluded to earlier, getting an early break doesn't mean a lot as Shapo is able to break back. And we are even at 3 games all in this 4th set. All right, and well done, Aaron, saying that you think Shapo will win the match. He will break back and take this match in 4 sets, which is now possible. Rublev now going with a big forehand to the forehand of Shapo. Now a forehand by Rublev again to the forehand of Shapo. Shapo now with a forehand down the line, but Rublev gets there. Tries to respond with a forehand down the line, but the forehand of Rublev goes wide, and his first point to SHAPOVALOV. It is love 15. All right, and I see we are on 82 likes. Thank you very much for everybody that did press the like button. If you want to and you have not yet, do consider hitting the like button. Let's see whether we can get to 100 likes before the end of this match. The question is, when is the end of this match? Will it be the end of the set if Shapo is able to take it, or will Rublev force it to a 5th set and take us to a decider? Stay with me, and together we will find out as Shapo is now serving to the... Oh, it's an ace. It's an ace by Shapo, and it's 40 love. Blink and you miss it. They were saying Brooksby double break. Really? That's unexpected, I must say, after Alcaraz took the first 2 sets. Let's see. Shapo serving at 40 love. He goes to the backhand of Rublev. It's a great return by Rublev, very deep. Now Rublev with a forehand down the line, but Rublev misses these lines. And Shapo shouts in joy as suddenly, after being down 3 games to, he now leads in this 4th set, 4 games to 3. Oh, wow, tennis, what unpredictable sports, especially when you have some guys with the likes of SHAPOVALOV and Rublev serving. Shapo leading 4 games to 3. and as Neil says, I did say I will sing Britney if we get to 200 likes. Won't happen. But if it does, I won't complain. But I don't think it will happen. But let's try to get to 90 and then take it from there and maybe get to that 100 mark. I must say I will be very happy with a 100. But let's see whether we can get there. As Chapo and Rublev now takes a bit of a break, I'm just going to fill up my glass. And while I do that, let's play a bit of El Chapo. All right. Where's my mouse? Here we go. Gordon is having his best season so far. I think he has the right attitude to go far. Still, Gordon. Who's that? Why am I not familiar with who Gordon is? Sorry, I have no idea who Gordon is. Unless you're referring to Gordon Ramsay, and there's some season of Hell's Kitchen that I'm not familiar with. But no, I'm not sure who Gordon is. Sorry, Neil. Oh, is it like, are you talking football here? Oh, you're probably talking football from Everton, right? All right, let's see. As Rublev is now serving to the forehand of Chapo, but it's a fault. Second serve. You're saying, yeah, it's football. I suddenly realized that afterwards. Backhand return there by Chapo, and it's a big forehand by Rublev, but he cooks it wide. And that means that it's 15 all. If Chapo is able to break here, he will serve for the match. For the match. Can you believe it? Shows you how quickly things can turn in tennis, and that's what makes it my favorite sport. It's not like time-driven where you know there's no chance at the end. Anything can happen in tennis. As Rublev, it's a big forehand. Chapo gets there, but he hits it in the net, not able to generate enough topspin on that running forehand. And Rublev is now leading 30-15. 30-15. David saying he's not good anyway, don't worry. All right. $40-15 for Rublev. Let's see whether you can force it to 4 games all. And he misses his toss. He will try again. And he serves to the backhand of Chapo. And Chapo is not able to get that ball back into play. And this means that it's 4 games all as we are heading into, you guessed it, the business end of this 4th set. And yeah, David got it. Quickly, well done. All right, let's see as Chapo is serving 4 games all. I remember like my very first stream, like you forget about the buttons and you get used to it as you do more streams. Love 15. Opportunity here for Rublev. I always forget about the consolidation button, I must say. I forget about that one. And I also, let's see what others. Yeah, mostly I forget about that one. The consolidation one. I forget to press that one. Let's see. Chapo serving at love 15. As he serves to the backhand of Rublev's great return, very deep. Rublev now with the forehand down the line to backhand of Chapo. Chapo overkicks his backhand and it's love 30. It's love 30. Opportunity here maybe for Rublev to break, which means that he will serve for the set. And that's what makes it always so interesting and dramatic, is that like you could have either the match done or you can suddenly go to decide a 5th set, either way. Let's see, Chapo serving. Is that an ace? It is. It's an ace, 15-30. Well done there for Chapo. Neil's saying, I don't think consolidation really deserves a button. Well, actually, that sound for me is very soothing. Like, do, do, do. Very soothing sound there by the button. All right, let's see. Chapo serving. It's a fault. Second serve. Oh, is Chapo going to hold his nerves? As he serves, a double fault. Why did I know that's going to happen? Why did I know that? And why did you, all of those of you that are watching this with me, we knew that it's going to happen. 15-40. 2 break points opportunities for Rublev. Chapo serving to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo now with the forehand in the net. Chapo is the forehand in the net. Rublev breaks, and he will be serving for this 4th set and try to take it to a decider.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs. He's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs. He's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, and Aaron, you said Chapo will hold his nerve. Well, maybe this set is not done. This set is not done. Maybe he can break, as we see him there smashing the ball into the grounds in frustration, understandably so, as Rublev will now be serving. And I mean, I predict 5 sets was written all over the stars for this match. And also, like I said, like I feel like whenever I commentate, it always goes the distance. It's just odd. And I enjoy it, but it's like my voice. It's it is struggling. You're saying for the WTA they should have a button when they're just all serve in general. All right, let's see. Rublev serving for this set at 5-4. Will he hold his serve and force it to a 5th set decider, or can Chapo make a comeback here? Let's see. Rublev serving. He serves to the backhand of Chapo. It's a great return. Rublev now with the forehand down the line, though. That's Chapo gets it back. Rublev now with the big forehand. Chapo is going to try and pass. He goes for a lob. And the lob is in. Oh, that's going to be on Tennis TV, bro. That was insane. Did you see it? Those of you in the chat, are you watching this with me? If you didn't, this is what happened. Rublev went for a big forehand. Chapo got there. Then Rublev again, a big forehand. Chapo got there again. And he went for the lob. And it was executed to perfection. The lob. Rublev was able to get to that ball, but he was not able to get it to for that ball. That was just fantastic play. And it's a shank. It's another shank there by Rublev. Isn't that insane? Love 30. And it's an opportunity here for Chapo. And he says this set is not done. And as David points out, what a lob. I thought he's going to go for the passing shot rather. He went for the lob and it was executed to perfection. As Rublev is now serving at love 30 to the backhand of Chapo. It's a good return again. Now Chapo with a backhand. Oh, but the backhand of Chapo goes in the net. Backhand of Chapo goes in the net and it is 15-30. Oh, what drama here at court. And you said in the chat which court this is, but I can't remember now. Is it court number 2, like the grandstand? Okay, Chapo returning, and his return goes wide there, and it is 30-all. And this means that Andrey Rublev is just 2 points away from clinching this set. Let's see what's going to happen here. Rublev serving at 30-all. As he serves to the backhand of Chapo. Now Rublev with a big forehand down the line. Chapo with his own forehand to the forehand of Rublev goes to the backhand of Chapo. But it's short. Rublev stepping in with the forehand. Sliced by Chapo. Cross-court down the line forehand. And now a cross-court backhand by Chapo. But it just goes wide by Chapo, and he shouts in frustration as he hits that cross-court backhand wide, and it is 40-30, which means that it is set point for Andrey Rublev. Why would you give us hope? Chapo, says David. Now Chapo with the forehand down the line to the cross shot. Rublev slices it in the net. Rublev slices it in the net, and that means that we are on deuce, as Chapo has a fist bump right there as he saves set point. MJ making a very funny joke there that Schwartzman will pose problems for Rafa. It's a funny joke there. As Chapo is returning there with his backhand, Rublev stepping in as a short. Ooh, and there was an opportunity there for Chapo to go for the passing shot, but it was difficult to execute as he hit his backhand in the net. And it's another set point opportunity for Andrey Rublev. As he shouts and screams and shouts and let it all out in the name of will.i.am and Beretini. As Rublev serves big. Now Rublev with the forehand to the forehand of Chapo. Now Rublev down the line with his forehand to the backhand of Chapo. And it's in. Rublev with the forehand to the backhand of Chapo. Rublev with the forehand. Rublev overcooks it. Rublev overcooks it. And Chapo saves another set point. We are back to deuce. The set is not done. Oh, the drama. Do you like this drama? If so, hit the like button on this video. Let's see whether we can get to 100 likes, as we will see whether Rublev can serve out the set or not. As he serves a deuce, he serves to the backhand of Chapo. It's a nice and deep return there by Chapo. What a return. And it is break points opportunity for Shapovalov. What a return with his backhand. It was at the feet of Rublev. Nothing really Rublev can do with that quality of return. I'm telling you, Chapo should open a bank because the returns that he's offering is very, very good. Break points opportunity here for Chapo. Can he convert and force it to 5 games all in this set? Rublev serving. Let's find out. As Rublev serves. That's a great serve there by Rublev. It's returned by Chapo, but the return goes long, and we are back to deuce. We are back to deuce, and I agree with you, David. My heart can't take it either. Whoa. What's going to happen? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Deuce, Rublev serving. He needs to redo his toss. As he serves to the backhand of Chapo, and the Chapo there, the return there by Chapo goes wide, and it's another set point opportunity for Andrey Rublev. Can he take this 4th set? Rublev serving. It's a fault. Second serve. Forehand by Rublev in the net. Forehand by Rublev in the net. And we are on deuce. Chapo is just holding in there. He does not want to force this to a 5th set. Aaron saying no way that Chapo loses this match. Well, if he does, it will be a heartbreaking loss. If Rublev loses, this will be a heartbreaking loss. Serve by Rublev to the backhand of Chapo. Every time to the backhand. Now Chapo with a forehand to the backhand of Rublev goes down the line. Chapo with a backhand to the forehand of Rublev. Chapo with a big forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Now Chapo with a backhand to the backhand of Rublev. Now Rublev with a backhand to the backhand of Chapo. And he doesn't slice, which is interesting. He goes for topspin backhand every time. Now, and Rublev in the net. Rublev in the net. And Chapo is rewarded for his guts that he's taking. As I'm saying, every time I think Chapo is going to opt for the slice, but he doesn't. He says, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to hit my backhand at massive topspin, massive top volume, and I'm going to hit it to Rublev, and Rublev hits it in the net. And it's another break point opportunity for Shapovalov to force it maybe to 5-all in the set. Another break point opportunity as break point number 2 here for Shapovalov. Can he capitalize? Let's see. Rublev serving. Rublev serves a fault. Second serve. Pressure. Let's see. Rublev, second serve to the forehand of Chapo, who gets it in. Chapo now with the forehand. And Chapo overcooks it. Chapo overcooks that forehand, and it is long, and we're back to deuce. There's just no way of knowing which way this game is going to go. If you're enjoying it as much as I am, do consider hitting the like button on this video as we watch together. Deuce number 5. Rublev now hitting a fault. Second serve. Deuce number 5. As he serves to the forehand of Rublev this time. And Rublev returns that in the net. I think Rublev was taken by surprise there because all the serves by Rublev, especially on the deuce side, have been to the backhand of Chapo. Suddenly, Rublev goes to the forehand of Chapo, and Chapo's like, oh, I didn't expect that. And he hits that easy return into the net. Advantage, Rublev. Set point, number 4, as he serves a fault. Second serve. Break point, set point, break point, set point. Rublev serving to the forehand of Chapo. He runs around to his forehand. Now backhand cross-court by Chapo. And now backhand to Chapo. Chapo retreats. And now backhand by Rublev. Rublev shanks that ball wide. And we are back to deuce. Gutsy play there by Chapo. He stepped in. He was like, I'm going to step in. And then he's like, okay, no, I'm not. And he steps back. Interesting stuff there. And we are back to deuce once again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was a poor return there by Chapo previously on his forehand. Yeah, and how is Chapo still alive? I don't know. I can't tell you. But it is. As we are at deuce, Rublev serving to the backhand of Chapo. Cross-court. Return there by Chapo. Now Chapo with a big forehand cross-court. Rublev gets that in though. Rublev now with a backhand to the forehand of Chapo, who goes cross-court once again. And now Chapo with a backhand in the middle of the court. Is Rublev going to change direction? Yes, he does. He goes for a cross-court forehand. And now a cross-court forehand again by Rublev to the backhand of Chapo, who hits it in. Chapo now with a forehand to the backhand of Rublev. Now Chapo stepping in with a forehand, but it's not deep enough though. Chapo now with the backhand cross-court. Rublev now with the forehand. Now, ooh, that's a nice deep forehand there by Rublev, and Chapo is not able to handle that ball as he overcooks the next ball. As I've said, it was nice hitting by Chapo there, but it's not deep enough. There's no use in a ball being hit hard, but it's not deep. And there at the end, Rublev is able to hit that ball not as hard, but it's deep, which made it very awkward for Chapo to work with. And Rublev rewarded there with the point. And he has another set point. It's set point number 5. Set point number 5 for Rublev. Can he convert as the game now reaches to 10 minutes? Rublev serving to the... Oh, that's a great serve there by Rublev. A body serve to SHAPOVALOV. And he takes the set. And it means we are going to a 5th set decider as Andrey Rublev screams as he's able to convert his 5th set point. We are going to a decider. Stick with me and see who is going to win this 5th and final set.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
Oh, and it seems like a lot of Chapo fans are upset in the chat. David saying, come on, Chapo. But then David, unfortunately, sad that he was not able to pull that breakthrough. And Emmy Wang, also apparently a Chapo fan, being disappointed that Chapo was not able to convert those break points opportunities that he had. There was advantage for Chapo, deuce, advantage for Rublev, deuce, advantage for Chapo, deuce. You just didn't know what way is it going to go. In the end, Andrey Rublev with a clutch serve in the end there with the body. We have some Rublev fans in the chat, Diego. You should be very delighted as we will go to a 5th set. If we look at the summary of the set, first serve into play by Chapo, still not very high, 50% for that set. If you look at the match overall, you can see on the screen there, Chapo with 52% first serve in. That's not good enough. I'm surprised that he was able to get to the stage with a 52% first serve in. But if you get to first serve points 1, it's 82% by Chapo. So if he can just get his first serve in, then it's game, set, match. But that's the problem. He can't get it in. All right. Tell me in the chat, what are your predictions for this 5th set? A lot of us predicted at the start of this match that this will be going 5 sets. Now we are here. We are going to a decider for this match. Tell me in the chat who is going to win this 5th and final set, and therefore this match. What is the score like? right, and we already have David here. It's like you're reading my mind as a fellow commentator properly. You already said your prediction just before I asked. 7-6. It's going to be 15-13 in the tiebreak. Well, that will create a lot of drama. I wouldn't mind that from a neutral perspective, I must say. Interesting. Rublev loves 5 sets and Chapo is horrible in 5. That's an interesting observation. I would like to Google their records in 5 sets, but I'm not sure whether I will get that in something. Like, what do you Google for that? Will something pop up if I say Chapo record in 5 sets? No, it won't, will it? It will be more tricky than just doing that. So if you in the chat are willing to do that for us, that will be great. If you can tell me what are their respective records in 5-set matches, that would be completely awesome if you are able to do that. Chapo serving love 15 as he serves to the backhand of Rublev, and Rublev's not able to get that return back in play, and it's 15-all. Belinda, what happened to Belinda Bencic? Yeah, I lost track of what's happening on the other grounds. Let's have a look over there. So on the women's side, we have Bencic. Why am I not? Oh, it hasn't started yet. That's odd. So I assume it's because of another match that's taking long, or what's happening there? I'm not sure. Tell me in the chat. Why hasn't Bencic and Pliskova started yet? Because they should have by this stage. With regards to the other matches currently in play, so there are no women's matches currently in play. With the men's side, we have Chilik versus Evans. That should be a great match. They're currently on serve in the first set, and Schwartzman is now serving for the set in the first set. And we have Ivashka against Musetti. They are still on serve in the early. And Brooksby, you told me that he had a double break in the third set, but now they are on serve. And in fact, Carlos Alcaraz has a break point opportunity now at 30-40. Let's look at that quickly for a while and see whether Alcaraz can convert that break point. I assume that match is covered on GTL by someone else. I'm not sure. Let me know in the chat if that is the case. As Chapo serves at 30-all. Alcaraz, can he convert that break point? Chapo serving. And the return by Rublev goes wide and it's 40-30 for Shapovalov. It's still on breakpoint, Brooksby versus Alcaraz. I'm not watching the actual match. I'm just looking at the scoreline on Google, but it's not. Alcaraz breaks! Alcaraz breaks! Brooksby in the third set is leading 5-3, which means that he will be serving against Brooksby for the match. And if he's able to hold his serve here, then it means that he will win 6-3, 6-3, 6-3, which will be quite an achievement for him. Aaron saying that Shapovalov is too tiggerish. Well done, Rublev, bringing it to 5. I really like Rublev, but I think Shapo has more courage when the pressure is on. Yeah, we'll have to look at their 5-set records, which, as I'm saying, I'm not sure what that exactly is. Oh, David, you're saying you're on the Bencic match. It's after this. Oh, after this one I'm doing now. Okay, that's interesting. Is Daniel Collins still in the women's draw? Good question. I want to say yes, but I'm just going on a gut feel here. I'm not actually very sure. Maybe in the chat you can tell me. Rublev is 0-4 in the last 2 years of slams. Okay, that's interesting. No, that can't be because he beats Jere. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, in the first round this year in 5 sets, right? So it can't be. Okay, let's see. Chapo going now. Well, then it's probably then 4-1, which is still a horrible record. Rublev now with a forehand to the backhand of Chapo. Now Chapo with a forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Oh, great hitting by both players, I must say. Now Rublev with the forehand to the forehand of Chapo, who hits it in the net in the end. But I must say the play is just brilliant. It's really, really high quality tennis we are seeing tonight by both players. Really fun to watch. 15-all. Oh, thank you very much, Belinda. I really appreciate it. Enjoy SA. I miss it a lot. Yeah, you must visit. 15 all. So when last have you been in South Africa, Belinda? As Rublev shanks the return, and it is 30-15 for Rublev. All right. And somebody, one of the spectators were able to get the ball there. That's a great serve there by Rublev, but it's a good return also by Shapo. Shapo now with a backhand cross-court. Rublev struggling to get there, but he does. Shapo now with the forehand down the line. Rublev gets there with this backhand just over the net. Shapo stepping in. Rublev going for the pass. Shapo at the net. He puts it away. That's brilliant play there by Shapo with his volley. And it is 30 all. Oh, wow. Great play there by Shapo at the net. I'm not saying, oh, well, Cape Town is the best. I was thinking 2018, not too long ago, but too long for me. Yeah, that's not too long ago, just before COVID. Well, 2 years before COVID. Yeah, so we had the Federer and Nadal match in Cape Town, February 2020. I was there, but as I've stated in a previous stream, I didn't really enjoy it because it's held in a soccer stadium, which is not meant for tennis matches, as you can't really see anything from that far away. 30 all. Rublev, second serve. No, that's first serve, must be. It's probably led previous point. And it's unreturned there by Shapo. It's a great serve, 40-30. Oh, thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate it. I'm enjoying it a lot. Glad that you are doing as well. All right, let's see. Rublev serving at 40-30 as he serves an ace. He serves an ace. Nothing Shapo can do about that. Shapo had some opportunities there in the service game, taking it to 30, but in the end, Rublev holds his service game, and we are at 1 game all. I really hope from a neutral perspective that somebody doesn't break very early and like takes the momentum away too early. I really want it to be tight until the very end. That would be great from a neutral perspective. Andrey Rublev holds, it's 1 game all.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, 1 game all. Belinda asking, are we covering the Laver Cup? Probably yes. I can't think that Game to Love will not. So we are a team. So actually, Game to Love is owned by, I'm not sure whether you are new to the channel, Belinda, but Ben and JG, they are the masterminds behind Game to Love, and they created this channel. And the rest of us are just guests that pitch for some of the matches. I can't think that the Laver Cup will not be presented by some of the spectators. I know like David covers a lot of matches. So Game to Love usually covers even like the small 250s. There will usually be a coverage of these matches, especially if it's Andy Murray. You can be guaranteed that if Andy Murray is playing, David will be covering that match. All right, let's see. 30 love for Shapo on his serve as he serves a fault second serve. Rublev will call. He always cramps. Interesting. Let's see. Neil into the 5th, inevitable on a Haman stream. I know why it's always the case. But no trainer yet. Surely your record on MTOs will be maintained. Oh, there will be a trainer right now. I'm quite confident. Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, usually it goes the distance, and usually there are medical timeouts with the trainer. And then I try to analyze what's happening with my zero knowledge on medicine and like body parts. Like I don't even know like what they are currently busy with when the physio is there. And then I have to have a disclaimer that I don't really know what's going on. And as Capricorn says, the drama is always on with these two. Yeah, that's why before this match, I just knew that this is going to be 5 sets. I mean, it's all written all over it. As Rublev, now it's a backhand to the backhand of Shapo. But I mean, both players are playing really well. It's not like they are choking or anything, as we have a beautiful backhand down the line there by Andrey Rublev. Yeah, so both players are playing really, really well. I must say, they are playing really well. And it makes for great watching. And this is my cue. If you think it's great watching, do hit the like button. on this video. It will be really appreciated. How many likes do we have now? 93. We are 7 away. Come on, let's do this. Come on. Come on, game to love. In the style of Ben. Come on. We can do this. 7. Come on, there are 107 of you online. We need 7 more likes and then we get to 100 likes. That would be absolutely fantastic. As Chapo is serving at 40-30. You're saying Andy Murray playing in his back garden is on game to love. That is hilarious. Okay, Belinda saying, I'm hope to watch. I've seen some of the other matches by Game to Love, not completely new, have been following for this year. Okay, great. Yeah, I've been following Game to Love since the Djokovic court case in the beginning of the year. That's when I got introduced to the channel, and I've just been a fan ever since. I always watch the streams, and I know like some of you, maybe there's those that are regulars in the chat, you maybe think I'm not following along as I'm not in the chat of the others, but it's just because I don't have a YouTube account. So I don't participate in the chat of the other streams, but I usually watch all of them. So I am there. I am there and I'm watching along and following the chat. I'm just not participating in the chat. Maybe I should get a YouTube account just to participate a little bit in the chat in those things as well. As Shap is now hitting it backhand to the forehand of Rublev, now down the line. There by Chapo, now the forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Chapo now the big forehand down the line. Rublev responds with a nice backhand slice. And now Chapo with a big forehand in the net by Chapo. And this means that it's advantage Rublev. It's a breakpoint opportunity for Andrey Rublev. Can he capitalize? We'll have to wait and see. So Pavan asking, what is my prediction? My prediction is Chapo in 5. But currently, Rublev has a break point. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Chapo serving to the backhand of Rublev. And the return is long. Break point saved. Break point saved there by Denis Shapovalov. You're saying that Emma Raducanu is playing the 250 in Seoul in 2 weeks. So that should be on Game to Love. She needs matches to toughen up her hands and feet and stop getting blisters. Other silly little injuries. Yeah, really interesting to see whether the hype of her is now like fading with a lower ranking or not. As Chapo goes for a cross-court backhand and now a cross-court down the line. Rublev gets there though. And it's in. Chapo now with a big forehand down the line winner. Beautiful there by Shapovalov. It was well done by Rublev to get those balls back, but it's clutched there by Chapo to then hit for a winner standing behind the baseline. That is not easy to do, I'll tell you. So that's well done there by Chapo as he saves another break point. David saying Chapo is 6-1 in 5 setters over the last 2 years. That's very interesting. Okay, so in other words, let's just check here. Chapo. Oh, that's a great backhand by Chapo. Well done. And Rublev hits that in the net, and that means that Chapo holds. And that means that it is 2-1 for Shapovalov. Breakpoint opportunity there for Rublev. Not able to convert. Chapo holds. And we are still on serve in this dramatic 5th set. So, as David points out, the Chapo is 6-1 in 5 setters of the last 2 years of slams, and Rublev is, let me just scroll back to get that statistic. I'm trying to find it. I'm not getting it. Okay, so you said previously that Rublev is 4-0, but I think probably then, given that he had a 5-setter in the first round this year, right? It's probably then 1-4. But then either way, clearly Chapo has a much more successful 5-setter record than Rublev, which might be an indication of which way this match is going. But that's the beauty of sport. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. We'll have to just find out. Stick with me and together we'll find out what is going to happen in this 5th and final set. They've said the only one he lost was against Nadal. Oh, yeah, the first set at Australian Open. Remember that one. All right, let's see. Rublev serving big. It's a fault. Second serve. Oh, yeah, they've said, yeah, 1-4 for Rublev. With this year's US Open added. Yeah, correct. All right, let's see. Rublev serving. And it's 15-love. Rublev serves. Oh, is that an ace? Yes, it is. It's a lovely ace there by Rublev, and it's 30-love. As they say in Afrikaans, my language, but Asia. But I guess nobody in the chat will get it. 30-love for Rublev as he serves a fault. Second serve. Belinda, are the COVID cases going down in SA? Yeah, so COVID isn't an issue at this stage in our country. No wave. Oh, somebody told me recently that there's going to be a wave starting, well, exactly 3 September, which is today. So we'll see. So they say a wave is on its way, but currently there are no issues. And no, we don't have to be vaccinated. There are no vaccination requirements in the country. So Djokovic is welcome. All right, let's see. Rublev now with the forehand in the net. And that means that we're very all. Opportunity here for Shapo. And David hopes that Shapo can pull this through. Let's see. 30-all. Rublev serving. As he serves to the forehand of Shapo, just goes over the net. And Rublev hits that forehand wide. Rublev hits that forehand wide, and it's a break points opportunity here for Shapo. What an opportunity here for Shapo. Can he convert? If he does, you must think that he can take this. Break points converted, only 3 out of 14 for Shapovalov. That's not good enough. Can he make it 4 out of 14? Let's see. Rublev serving at 30-40. As he serves to the backhand of Shapo. Rublev with a big forehand winner cross court. That is insane. Well done for Andrey Rublev there. He saves another break point. And it's now 3 out of 15 converted for Denis Shapovalov. That's Federer vibes. Deuce. Rublev serving. As he serves the forehand of Shapo. It's a great return. It's very deep. I'm confused. What happened there? Rublev won the point. Well, oh, was the return long? I guess the return was just long by Shapo. I thought it was a nice and deep return, but it seems like it was so deep that it was long. And obviously, no use in challenging because it's a live Hawkeye. And as advantage, oh, they're showing the replay. Let's see there. The Hawkeye is showing, well, obviously it's going to show, oh, it's fairly quite far long. I thought it was closer, but clearly I'm not seeing correctly. Rublev now serving at advantage. Can he hold? He serves to the backhand of Shapo. And the return of Shapo goes wide. And that means that Rublev does hold. Breakpoints opportunity given. Breakpoints opportunity gone. 2 games all. Rublev holding serve.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
And Shapo is serving at 2 games altogether. We will be finding out soon who is going through to the next round against Cameron Norrie. If you're enjoying this coverage, do consider hitting the like button on this video. We are on 94 likes. 6 more. We need 6 more likes, and then we are at 100. Come on, we can do this. We can do this. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. You didn't hit the like button yet. Do that now. That will be highly appreciated. And together, we can all celebrate 100 likes. Love 15. Rublev now with the window of opportunity here. Shapo serving at 2 games all, love 15. As he serves to the forehand of Rublev. Oh, that's a big serve. Unreturned there by Rublev. And it's 15 all. Yeah, David said that so lucky for Rublev that it was just long. Yeah, I thought it was in, but apparently not. TFO did get the set. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so it's first set to TFO against Schwartzman. 15-all, Chapo serving. As he serves to the forehand of Rublev. It's just in. Rublev now the forehand to the backhand of Chapo, who goes cross-court. Rublev tries to go with the forehand down the line, but it goes wide. And it's 30-15. 30-15. Ooh, we are on 98 likes. Come on, we need 2 more. We need 2 more likes, and then we get to 100. We can do this. I'm looking at you. Come on, look at that like button there below. Just click it. No effort whatsoever. And then together we can do a bit of a celebratory dance. As Rublev now goes with the forehand to the forehand of Chapo, who hits it in the net. Chapo hits it in the net, and it's 30-all. Are we going to see these types of service games up until the very end, where each player has like a window of opportunity to break through, and then in the end they just don't? Because it seems like both players are currently struggling to hold their serve in this set, which makes it for nice drama from a neutral perspective. We are at 99 likes. Come on, guys. We can do this. As Chapo is now serving to the backhand of Rublev. It's a good return there by Rublev. Chapo is there at the net. He puts it away for a winner. And it's 40-30. We have 100 likes. Yay! We have 100 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. Let us do the celebratory dance. But first, let us press that button. All right, but before I do the dance, let's see Chapo serving 40-30. And it's a good return there by Rublev. Rublev now the forehand to the forehand of Chapo, who runs around to his forehand. Oh, that's good deep play there by Rublev. Now Chapo with the forehand to the forehand of Rublev. They're playing in the middle of the court, though. Nobody going for the direction. But as soon as Rublev tries to go for the direction, he hits it wide and is held by nobody other than Denis Shapovalov. Well done to Denis over there as he... Oh, no, I'm completely confused. It's now deuce. Did I misinterpret that point? Or was it advantage for Rublev for that? No, it wasn't, was it? So it was probably then long by Chapo. Sorry about that. Don't take your like away. Don't go back to 99. All right, let's see. Chapo serving at deuce. As he serves to the backhand of Rublev. And Rublev returns that in the net. And it's advantage for Chapo. Yeah, I will do my celebratory dance right now after this game. Sorry, too lazy to go to my computer to watch ESPN online. That match laying in bed, watching TFO Diego match. You're keeping me abreast of Rublev. I must say, I often do that. I lie in bed and then I just follow Game to Love that way. As Chapo is serving. As he serves to the backhand of Rublev. That's a great return there. Oh, and what a response by Chapo. What a response by Chapo. And he's telling the crowd to get involved. It was a great return by Rublev, but Chapo responded with a great shot of his own. He holds, and that means that it is 3-2. Chapo is leading. Still on serve in this fifth and final set. Shapovalov. All right, and we are on serve, and I want to thank everybody. We got to 100 likes. What dance do you want me to do? I can do the sprinkler. Always a winner in the club. Ladies love it. And then you have the yo-yo. You have the back the books. You have the underwater. There's actually a video where I was at the 2017 match between Griego, Dimitrov, and who was these opponents? I want to say Jack Sock, but it wasn't Jack Sock. It was an American. It was Sam Querrey. Dimitrov was Sam Querrey at Shanghai. I was there, and then I danced in the changeover. But there weren't a lot of people there because it's not like a big match really. And then the camera actually did show me, and then I did like the the underwater move, which is always a winner in the club. Yeah. I mean, always when you do that at the club, everybody's like, that guy is so cool. Wow, look how cool he is. I mean, that's their reaction, obviously. Rublev serving at 2-3. He serves the forehand off Chapo, and Rublev steps in, hits that away for a winner, and it's 15-love. Sure, this could go either way from this point on. Very difficult to predict. You ever been to the middle of a dance circle? It's possible that I've been in one without me knowing it. Obviously long ago, in my early years. Yeah, no, I can't remember. Bring out the sprinkler. Yeah, that's always a winner. I mean, between the sprinkler and the whatever you call that. And the robot. Oh, chicks dig it, I'm telling you. Like, you do the robots and then they are like, oh, take me now. It's a guaranteed winner. All right, Rublev serving at 30-15. Rublev now with the forehand to the forehand of Rublev, forehand of Chapo, who tries to go cross court, but he hits it in the net, and it's 40-15. And the Macarena. The Macarena is always a winner. I mean, it doesn't have to be the Macarena song even. It could be like Skrillex. Bangarang. Bangarang. Works. You are a cinema. A Hollywood treasure. Oh, I missed the game. It was quite a fast game there by Rublev as he holds serve. And it's 3 games all. Well done, Rublev. Blink, can you miss it?
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
And now Chapo again under pressure again, having now to serve 3 games all. As he hits a big forehand winner though. Cross court 15-love. And as David said, Macarena is always a winner. I mean, it could be the Rublev song. Hitting the lines. I can't remember the lyrics. He's doing fine. Signs, Andrey Rublev. I mean, it just works. And as you say, it always looks cool. I mean, you don't look ridiculous in any way whatsoever. It looks so cool. As Chapo is now stepping in with a big forehand, Rublev not able to do a passing shot over there. And a steady love for Denis SHAPOVALOV. I'm not sure whether I should go into the chat there currently. As Chapo is serving at 30-love. And he serves now to the backhand of Rublev. That's a great serve. Oh, he jumps with his backhand, Chapo, but it's in the net though. But it looked cool, and that's all that matters, really. But it is that backhand in the net, and it is 30, like it goes in the air, and he's like, I'm going to look so cool, and then he hits it in the net. But it does look cool. I mean, results in tennis is not as important as looking cool. Chapo serving at 30-15. He serves the backhand of Rublev. That's a good return. Chapo now with the forehand down the line, though. Oh, that's beautifully executed there by Chapo. Here's the winner down the line, and it is 40-15. David saying you look like Mr. Bean. Yeah, I've seen that scene in the last, what's that movie he does where he's not Mr. Rowan Atkinson, like Johnny English. In the latest Johnny English movie where he does that dance on the dance floor. That's just brilliant. Let's see. Ooh, Rublev, it's a forehand in the net, and that means SHAPOVALOV is able to hold their clutch play, and it leads 4-3 in this final set. And we are going all the way, and I agree with Tan. This is looking like it's going towards a tiebreak, and Chapo is eating a banana. Quality commentary going away from Game to Love. Chapo is eating a banana, and now he is taking another bite of his banana, and he's just putting the banana now there to the side, but he's not finishing the banana. Come on, Chapo. You can do that. Finish that banana. And it's also not very COVID friendly because now the banana is touching the bag. It's not like he closed the banana and then put it down. It's like an open banana touching the bag. And he's not finishing the banana. Well, now we know if he loses why. He's not finishing his banana. And it's really bothering me now. Is he going to take another bite of the banana? I don't think so, because the banana is now like underneath a towel. And now the camera is, now we'll never know. Now we will never know. Sure. Special K serving for the set. Is that Kachanov? Who's Special K? No, Kachanov is already done, right? Who's Special K? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. Special K, I'm looking at the matches right now, but I don't see anyone starting with a K, so sorry about that. Is it Chilik? No, but Chilik isn't serving. Sorry, David, I'm missing your reference there. Gasquet? What? Or is that an earlier comment? That was bananas. Very, very good. Very funny. As Rublev now steps in with a big forehand cross-court, and Chapo is not able to handle that pace, and it is 30-15 on the serve of Rublev. Of course. Yeah, Kokonakis and Kyrgios. Okay, so they are still in there. I wonder whether that's a good thing for Kyrgios or not for his singles run. Like, would it be better for him maybe if they just drop out early? Or don't you think it does? Do you think it doesn't really matter? Maybe it's good for his confidence, but I'm just scared of his fatigue if he plays doubles as well and go deep there. As Chapo steps in, Rublev tries to pass, but he hits it in the net, and it's 30-all. And as I said earlier, it seems like every service game is exactly like this. Every service game is like 30-all. And I was like, ooh, what's going to happen? And they hold. And ooh, 30-all. What's going to happen? And they hold. Makes for a very dramatic viewing, I must say. Okay, David's saying it's good for him if he does well in the tennis. In the doubles. All right, let's see. 30-all, Rublev serving. Oh, that's a big serve. It's an ace by Andrey Rublev, and it's 40-30. And what a time to produce it, right? As Rublev serves, big, but it's a full second serve. Oh, it's a double fault. That's a double fault. And we are on deuce. We are on deuce. 8 double faults by Chapo and 3 by Rublev thus far. As Rublev now serves to the forehand of Chapo. Chapo with a passing shot. Oh, that's brilliant by Chapo. Rublev went into the net. And Chapo didn't really pass him, but he hit the ball hard enough that Rublev wasn't able to put away a volley. Maybe it wasn't the best approach shot there by Rublev, though, with all due respect. But this means that it's advantage for Chapo. And if Chapo breaks, he will serve for the match. So this is big. Let's see, can he convert? He has converted so far 3 out of 16, and now it's 3 out of 17. Not able to return that ball, and we're back to deuce. 3 out of 17. As I said, it's like Roger levels. What was Roger's conversion rate against Djokovic in the 2015 US Open final? It was like 4 out of 24 or something. As Rublev now, it's a big forehand to the backhand of Shapo. And now Rublev with a backhand down the line. Shapo with a backhand cross-court. Rublev now with the forehand to the backhand of Shapo. That backhand's really doing well for Shapo tonight. And Rublev overcooks it. Rublev overcooks his ball. And it is advantage Shapovalov, which means another break point opportunity here. Oh, no, I've seen it incorrectly. They say advantage Rublev. So clearly I've seen it incorrectly. How did I miss that? Sorry. Advantage Rublev. Okay, you're saying you okay. Oh, wasn't there a call out? Yeah, sorry. So I'm watching this match without audio, so that's probably why I missed it. And Shapo hits that next ball out as well. And Rublev survives. It is 4 games all in the set. Once again, set point opportunity. 3 out of 16 for Shapo. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Is it going to cost him this match? We'll have to find out. For now, Rublev holds 4 games all.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
I just want to check now. What was the breakpoint conversion rate? Federer, Djokovic, US Open 2015. I think it was 4 out of 24. Am I going to see that stat easily with a quick Google? He had 23 chances to break and could only convert 4 of them. I guess a 4 out of 23. Close. But yeah, not good conversion there at all. Oh, David's saying that someone said out and that put Shapo off. That's very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Tennis 067, having to choose between Iga or Rafa to watch tonight. Yeah, I must be honest, I don't think the Rafa match is going to be like competitive in any form whatsoever. As Shapo hits that forehand in the net, and it's love 30. As love 30. So, yeah, I mean, the Rafa match, obviously, we'll see a lot of talent on display, but yeah, I don't think it will be a close match in any sense whatsoever. I think Gasquet will take it, will get 7 games at most. But it's love 30 here. As Shapo serving 4 games all. Shapo serving. Oh, that's a great serve. That is a great serve, and it's an ace, and it's 15-30. Who's going to win? Who's going to win? If Shapo loses this match, imagine that. 3 out of 16 breakpoints converted. Total points 1. Unfortunately, that's not a stat given on screen here, but that will be interesting to see as well. 15-30, Shapo serving. As he serves to the forehand of Rublev. Good return. Shapo now needing to retreat. Rublev with a big forehand. Shapo responding with a forehand of his own to the forehand of Rublev. Oh, that's great. Down the line, Rublev. Shapo gets it back, but Shapo hits it long. Shapo hits that long. Big play there by Rublev, and it's 15-40, and it's 2 break points opportunities here for Andrey Rublev. Can he convert one of them? Well, he's converted 3 out of 8 break points this far, which is much better than the 3 out of 16 by Shapo. 2 break points opportunities here. Shapo serving at 15-40. He serves to the backhand of Rublev. Shapo now with the backhand cross-court to the forehand of Rublev. Now Shapo the forehand, and Shapo hits that so wide. And Rublev converts, and Rublev shouts in happiness, and Shapo will be devastated as Rublev is able to break, and you know what that means at this stage of the match. It means that Andrey Rublev will be serving for this match, but it doesn't mean it's the end of the match, but he will be serving.
Rublev. Andrey Rublev.
Oh my goodness. And MJ said Rublev broke, and he told us that is exactly what is going to happen. Shapo is brittle mentally, if you convert it for the next time. Yeah, but it's odd if you think like you've said now earlier that like Shapo has a like a 5-1 record in 5-setters, and Rublev actually struggles in 5-setters. So it's interesting, like in that perspective. But I mean, it's also like predictable that Shapo, like better player but loses. That happens so often. Because I mean, I think you all would agree with me that he is the better player today, but he's just not converting his chances. And Rublev will now be serving for this match. But I'm telling you, I don't think that this is done. I don't think this is done. Do you think so? I think he can break here. Rublev serving. Oh, electric atmosphere. Rublev serving in the net. Second serve. Second serve. If you're enjoying this with me and you haven't yet, do consider hitting the like button on this video, and together we will see whether Rublev can clinch this out. But Shapo is it for a winner. Shapo is it for a winner. He's not done. He's not done. And he takes this first point, and it is love 15 pressure for Rublev. As I said, I don't think this match is done by any stretch of imagination. And nerves is going to play a role as well. Rublev serving now. And he doesn't even complete the toss. Nerves. As he serves to the backhand of Shapo, and the return goes long by Shapo, and it is 15-all. 15-all. What's going to happen? Rublev serving. It's a fault. Second serve. He serves the forehand of Shapo, goes for a big return, but Rublev is there. Shapo with a cross-court backhand. Rublev responding with a forehand. Shapo now stepping in with a big forehand. And Shapo at the net. Oh, Shapo doesn't do anything with the ball at the net. And it's point to Rublev. But I must say, well done to Rublev, because he really hangs in there. It was not an easy volley there by Shapo, because the ball dipped just after it got over the net, and that's not easy to handle by Shapo, but it's well done there by Rublev to get the ball so low just over the net. Rublev now serving, and that return goes long as well by Shapo, and it is 40-15, and that means that it is match points for Andrey Rublev. And I can't find the button, so I'm going to continue. There, Rublev.
Match point.
All right, let's see. Rublev serving. It's a fault. Second serve. It's a double fault. It's a double fault. First match point save. And yeah, David, as you said, actually, why did he drop the ball so much? Yeah, I think Shapo could have gone to the net earlier, and then it wouldn't have dropped over the net just after the net. He should have gone in earlier, and that would have been an easier volley. Maybe he was in two minds. But let's say Shapo, Rublev now with a big forehand. Shapo now with a forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo now with a backhand cross-court. Rublev now with a forehand cross-court. Shapo with a backhand cross-court. Rublev with a forehand cross-court. Shapo with a backhand cross-court. Rublev with a forehand cross-court. Shapo with a backhand cross-court. Rublev with a forehand cross-court. Shapo with a forehand cross-court. Rublev overcooks it. Rublev overcooks it. And he saves another match point. And we are on deuce. Oh my goodness. 2 match points saved by Denis Shapovalov. And we are back to deuce. Casey's out. I'm on tape is skipping. What drama. We are on deuce. Are we in for another surprise here? Rublev serving at deuce. Let's see what's going to happen over here. As to the backhand of Shapo. Rublev stepping in with a forehand. Shapo with a forehand in the net. Shapo with a forehand in the net. That was not very difficult forehand there by Shapo. I don't know why he hit that in the net. And Rublev was sort of in no man's land there at some stage, because he was like inside the service line. Oh my goodness. And it's another match point for Andrey Rublev. Match point number 3 for Andrey Rublev. He serves. A fault. Clipped the net, and it just went wide. Second serve. He serves second serve to the forehand of Shapo. It's a big return there by Shapo. Shapo now with a forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Goes cross-court. Shapo with a cross-court backhand. Rublev with a cross-court forehand. Shapo with a cross-court backhand. Rublev with a cross-court forehand. Shapo with a cross-court backhand. Rublev with a cross-court. Now Shapo going down the line with a forehand. Rublev going down the line. Shapo with a cross-court backhand. Shapo now with a forehand down the line. That's a winner. That's a winner by Shapo. He saves another match point. Oh my goodness. And as David says, clutch. I mean, the guts to pull off such a big forehand over the high part of the net. That deserves high payoffs if you get that right. And it seems like we have a lot of Shapo fans in the chat. Are you with me? If you're enjoying this and you haven't yet, to click the like button on this video as we are at deuce. Shapo now returning with his backhand. Shapo now with the backhand to the forehand of Rublev. It goes to the forehand of Shapo. Now Rublev with the forehand to the forehand of Shapo. It goes to the backhand of Rublev, which is just wide. It's just wide by Rublev. And Rublev is laughing. Rublev is laughing. He can't believe what's happening. And it's advantage Shapo. It's breakpoint opportunity for Shapo. What drama. Okay, can he convert? Can Shapovalov convert this breakpoint? He's converted 3 out of 16 thus far. Can he convert his 17th? Fault second serve. I feel like Shapo needs a double fault here. Oh, it's in. Shapo with the forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Goes cross-court to the backhand of Shapo. Goes cross-court to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo now again with the backhand cross-court. Rublev keeps on hitting to the backhand of Shapo. And Rublev hits it wide. Rublev hits it wide. And we are even at 5 games all. This match is not done. 3 match points saved by Denis Shapovalov. And we are even. We are even at 5 games all. Shapovalov says this is not done by any stretch of imagination. 5 games all. This is so difficult to predict what is going to happen. We have some big Shapo fans in the chat. Amy saying, let's go, Shapovalov. Aaron saying Shapo will take it in a tiebreaker. Oh my goodness. As we have Rublev now hitting a backhand to the forehand of Shapo. Rublev now with the forehand to the forehand of Shapo. Goes cross-court to the forehand of Rublev. Now Shapo with a backhand cross-court. Rublev keeps on going for the backhand of Shapo. But that's clearly is good side. Shapo now with the backhand cross-court again, and it works every time. And Rublev now tries to go for a backhand down the line, but goes wide and he falls over. It's wide by Rublev, and it's 15-love. Why does Rublev keep on hitting his forehand cross-court to the backhand of Shapo? We see that the Shapo backhand doesn't blink. He has no problems continuing hitting cross-court backhands. He doesn't slice. He doesn't go defensive. He keeps on hitting his top spin backhand, single backhand easily. Shapo now serving at 15-love to the backhand of Rublev. It's a good return there by Rublev. Oh, that's a great return. Shapo not able to respond to that, and it's 15-all. And Neil is asking whose stamina is going to crack first. Shapo, Rublev. Oh, man. How on earth am I going to sleep after this? I mean, it's already 11:15, and I should go to bed after this, but I'm not going to be able to. 15-all. Shapo serving to the forehand of Rublev, and Rublev hits that wide, and it is 30-15. Yeah, I'm not going to sleep after this. I won't be able to. So I'll follow a bit of coverage by David. All of the other tennis fans here, do not go anywhere after this match, as David will be covering Bencic. We'll see whether the Swiss can pull it through over there. As Shapo is now serving at 30-15. As he serves to the forehand of Rublev, it's deep. Rublev now with the cross-court forehand in the net. In the net by Rublev, and it's 40-15. My voice already cracking. Yeah, if we get to 200 likes, and we won't, but if we get to 200 likes, how on earth am I going to sing Britney? And David also shouting there at his, I don't know whether it's your TV or your laptop where you're watching this currently, but yeah, this is just insane. All right, let's see. Chapo serving at 40-15 as he serves to the backhand of Rublev, who's standing very far behind the baseline now. And Chapo tries to pass, or Rublev tries to pass, but Rublev hits that passing shot wide. Chapo not requiring to hit a volley there. Interesting change of tactic there by Rublev to go so far behind the baseline. It does not work. And Chapo holds, and he saves match points, and he holds, and he leads. He leads 6-5. Denis Shapovalov. So, what happens if Rublev is able to hold over here? NSX asking, so what happens now? Does he win at 6-5 or does he need to go to 7? Yeah, okay, so what happens here? He needs to break either now, Shapovalov, so you need to win by at least 2 games to win a set. So, if Chapo breaks now, then he wins the match 7-5. If Rublev holds, then it's 6-all. Now, previously, in previous years, up until very recently, each Grand Slam had a different rule as to what happens at 6 games all. Either you have like a normal tiebreak, or you have what we call a super tiebreak, or you just keep on continuing playing until someone finally is 2 games ahead, as is what happened with John Isner against Nicolas Mahut in 2010. And the final score was something like 70-68 or something like that. I can't remember. Where they played for like 3 days. But now the rule for all the Grand Slams is that as soon as we get to 6-all, it goes to what we call a super tiebreak. So usually in a tiebreak, it is up until who gets to 7 points first, but you need to lead by 2 points. But in a super tiebreak, which will happen at 6 games all in a 5th set, it's up until 10 points. So whoever then gets first to 10 points in that super tiebreak will win this match, but you have to lead by 2 points. Will we get to that stage? Well, it all depends on whether Andrey Rublev can hold his service game over here. Who will he play in the next round, Emmy? The winner of this match will play Cam Norrie in the next round, as Rublev hits that for an easy winner on his service game, 15-love. Rublev serving. And Chapo returns that in the net, and it's 30-love. All right, let's see. Neil saying, good explanation. I'm on the Petra Mugut match earlier. Ben and JG thought Petra had match point at 6-4 until the people in the comments told them. Okay. Well, it's understandable mistake because it was very confusing earlier when the Grand Slams had different rules. And Rublev hits that ball wide, and it is 30-15. But can Chapo maybe break here? Then we don't have super tiebreak at all. Oh, David saying no way the serve was in. Interesting. And the conspiracies begin. Rublev now with a big forehand to the backhand of Chapo. Rublev again with a big forehand cross-court to the backhand of Chapo. Rublev going down the line with his forehand. Chapo now with a forehand slice. Rublev now with a forehand to the slice of Chapo. And Rublev now with a big forehand winner. And I've been logged out of my stream. What a time for it to happen. Just give me a moment. I'll have to log in again. What a time for this to happen, right? But it's interesting to note, so let's just keep talking while I log in again, that Rublev is going so often for his cross-court forehand to the backhand of Chapo, and that's not working. It's clearly not working. So if I was his coach, which I'm not because I don't know anything about tennis really, I'm just making guesses here, but I really think he needs to go more with his forehand down the line to the forehand of Chapo. Sorry, I just need to get my match back. Let's follow. Okay, I see Rublev held on the screen there with the scoreline. So it's 6 games all. Sorry, this is a very bad time for my stream to log out. But it's 6 games all, which means that we go to a tie break. Tell me in the chat, what is the score going to be in this marathon drama match? All right, and it seems like Rublev already had a mini break over there as I'm just trying to get my stream back here quickly. Okay, so Rublev had a mini break and he's now serving at a point to his favor. Can he hold his serve here? Let me just put my phone here so that I can see what's happening. Okay, it's a fault. Second serve for Rublev. to the forehand of Shapo, runs around to his forehand. Shapo now with a backhand cross-court to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo now with a backhand cross-court to the forehand of Rublev. I've said that so many times. Shapo goes down the line with his backhand, but I think it's just long. It's just long by Shapo, his backhand down the line, and it's 2 points for Andrey Rublev. He has the mini break. Can he take control of this? I'm just saying it's going to be 12-10. I don't know who will win it, though. 7-5 says tight Tam. All right, David saying 15-13 in the tiebreak before the set. That's correct. You said this before the set, so well done if that's going to happen and you're going to stick to it, and rightly so. And now Shapo with a forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo now with a forehand to the backhand of Rublev. Cross-court. Shapo going cross-court with his forehand. Shapo now with a cross-court down the line with his backhand. Ooh, that's just long by Shapo, I think, his backhand. It's just long, and it's 3 points to Rublev, and he's comfortably in control. But remember, this tiebreak is until 10 points, so don't think this is done. Shapo can still make a comeback. And yes, Neil, this match has lasted so long, I got locked out. But I mean, that's what happens to my streams. I don't know how this keeps on happening. MQR saying that Shapo is going to take this 7-5. Jared saying, I don't trust Shapo. Belinda saying Denis is going to win this 7-5. Let's say second serve by Shapo. That was a fault. You're saying GTL into super tiebreak button. That will be very interesting. Casey says it's going to be 10-8 for Rublev. As Rublev, Shapo goes to the net. It's a half volley. Oh! I didn't know Federer is back. I didn't know that. What a half volley there by Shapo. That's gutsy play as he wins that point. Oh, what a half volley. That is just beautiful. And it is point to SHAPOVALOV. Okay, MJ going for 12-10, Rublev final answer. How many points do you have to get? You have to get to 10 points. Sam, what a time for you to join in this chat. Let's see what's going to happen here as Shapo is serving. It's an ace. It's an ace. Clutch points there by Shapo. And it was down 3-2. Now it's only 3-2. Only 1 minute break behind. Oh, what way is this going to go? I don't know. Gary, nice of you to join in this stage as well. All the regulars coming together for this dramatic end to this match. Better late than never. I agree. Let's see everyone. And as he says, remember to hit that like button on this video and enjoy the remainder of this drama of Shapovalov versus Rublev. Rublev serving 3-2 as he serves to the forehand of Shapo. It's a nice and deep return there by Shapo. Shapo now going cross-court with a forehand winner. It's a forehand winner by Shapo. What a winner. And it's 3-all. It's 3-all in this tiebreak. He was down 3-love. He was down 3 match points in a previous service game, and it keeps on fighting back. And it's 3 points all in this super tie break. Shapo, what the fuckina are you doing? Well, what he's doing right now at this stage is he's making a terrific comeback for the gazillionth time. All right, let's see what's going to happen. Interesting. What's the longest match I did? It's maybe this one. It's either this one or it is Alcaraz against Zapata Morales. As Rublev is stepping in with a big forehand, and that's clutch play there by Rublev with a big forehand down the line. Shapo not able to get the ball back, and it is 4-3 to Rublev. Okay, let's see. Shapo serving 3-4. They are on serve, I think. Shapo serving to the backhand of Rublev. Shapo with a backhand to the forehand of Rublev. Shapo with a cross-court backhand. Shapo forehand goes long. Sorry, every part of the sentence was wrong. Shapo's backhand goes wide. And it's a mini break for Rublev. And it's 3-5. But remember, it's until 10. Oh my goodness. What drama. What drama. And Dave saying that off serve. Yeah, I struggle to keep track of when it's off serve or on serve. So it's now 5-4 for Rublev, and he does have a mini break. 5-4 for Rublev. But remember, it's not until 7. So even if he holds 2 service points here, the match is not done yet. Chapo really needs to break one of these if he needs to win. Stand a chance to win. Let's see. Rublev serving at 5-4 as he serves to the forehand of Chapo. Now Chapo with the backhand to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo with a big forehand to the forehand of Rublev. Chapo now with the backhand down the line to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo cross-court backhand. Forehand cross-court by Rublev. Chapo with a forehand to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo with a forehand to... Chapo overcooks that forehand. Chapo overcooks that forehand and it's 6-4 to Andrey Rublev. Oh my goodness. What talent at display here tonight by both players. But Chapo just maybe going for a little bit too much each time. 6-4 for Rublev serving. Let's see, what does he do? He serves unreturned by Rublev, and it's 7-4 for Andrey Rublev. Match is not done. Best to 10. And now my stream is stuck. Why does it have to happen now? Okay, I hope I'm not too behind now. It's stuck and just continue left off, continue where it paused. And now it's pausing again. Why now? Out of all the times. Okay, I do apologize if my commentators are going to be a few seconds behind. As Chapo is now serving to the... Is it an 8? No, it's a fault. Second serve. Second serve by SHAPOVALOV. Let's see. He serves to the backhand of Rublev. Chapo now with the forehand down the line, but he goes wide. And it is another point for Rublev, and he leads 8-4. He has 2 mini breaks. It looks like he could be taking it fairly comfortably in the end in this tie break, Andrey Rublev. Let's see whether he can pull this through. I'm just going to refresh my stream quickly so that I am on time.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
All right, let's see. And Chapo is able to take his point on his service game. And it's 5-8, but it's on Rublev's racket right now. He has 2 serves. He needs 2 points, and then he will take this match. Will Rublev clinch this at the end, or does Denis Shapovalov have something to say about this once again? Rublev serving. And he doesn't get the ball toss right. He will try again. It's a fault. Second serve. What drama here, guys. Second serve. To the forehand of Chapo, who is a deep return. It's a deep return by Chapo, and he gets that point. It's 8-6. It's 8-6. And you just know what's going to happen. I mean, it keeps on going, the ebb and flow. And now oh, my goodness. If you are enjoying it as much as I am, please do consider hitting the like button on this video, and let's see, maybe we can even get to 150 likes for this video. As Rublev's now serving 8-6 as he serves to the backhand of Chapo, and now Chapo with a backhand cross-court to the forehand of Rublev. It goes also cross-court. Chapo with a cross-court backhand. Rublev with a forehand. Chapo tries to go for a forehand, but it goes just wide. It goes just wide there by Chapo. And it's 6-9, and it's match points now for Rublev. Remember, you already had 3 match points, so this will be his 4th match.
Match point.
All right, can he convert? But Chapo is serving. Chapo is serving at 6-9. Chapo serves to the forehand of Rublev, but it's a fault. Second serve. Second serve to the backhand of Rublev, and the return is in the net. The return is in the net. Match point number 4 saved by Denis Shapovalov. And he has another serve. Shapovalov. Neil saying if there was no super tie break back in the old days, there'd enough time to get 200 likes. Well, we are 277 online at this right moment. If we all like, we can get to 200 in a split second. That is the power of the dark side of the force, as Chapo is now serving second serve at 7-9. Let's see, he goes to the forehand of Rublev. Chapo now with the forehand down the line. Rublev goes for the cross-court forehand. Now for Rublev with a winner. Rublev, Chapo hitting the ball back. Isn't going to go in. It does not go in. And Rublev goes to the ground. Rublev goes to the ground. He wins. Rublev wins this match, and by the fifth time of asking, he converts the break points, and the emotion is taking him over. Heartbreaking for Denis Shapovalov as they go approach the net each other and they hug. This must be heartbreaking for Denis Shapovalov. Well done in the end for Andrey Rublev as he takes the super tie break and he takes his fourth match point, and he is ecstatic. He's ecstatic. He will be facing Cameron Norrie in the next round. This must be heartbreaking. I think if we go and look at the total points won, probably, I'm not sure, I don't have the stat with me, but I think that Chapo maybe won more points in this match. I'm not sure, but Rublev wins it in the end, and he will be facing Cam Norrie. How far can he go? Tell me in the chat, what are your predictions? What are your thoughts on this match? A lot of Chapo fans will be heartbroken. And I feel so sorry for Chapo fans because this is another one. We've had so many heartbreaking losses from a Shapovalov perspective where he's close and he goes off court and he loses in dignity. In the end, who's the winner? It is Andrey Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Rublev.
Hitting the lines, giving the signs, he's feeling fine.
Andrey Rublev.
In the end, it is Andrey Rublev that goes through all the way. Can you believe it? Before you log off, we're going to have a bit of a chat for those of you that are keen to still have a chat on what's going on in the US Open this far. But before you leave, please do consider hitting the like button just before you leave. It will really help us out a lot. For those of you that have to leave now, thank you very much for joining me. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did as well. And what dramatic end that was in the end. You didn't know which way it was going to go, did you? Let's see. What are your thoughts here in the chat? A lot of Rublev fans. I'm glad for you. I am very glad for you. Let's see. Cross-court tennis, David. You're saying that Norrie will beat Rublev in 4. Sam, Rublev fan over there. Chilik and Dan Evans 10-10 in a tiebreak. That's interesting. Yeah, and I see a comment here, Belinda, saying Denis played well. He really did. He really played very, very well. I don't think this was choking. I really don't think so. I think both of them played a very, very high level, and it was just tight all the way. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate the compliments. Joe saying nobody beating Nadal now. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, how's it going between Schwartzman and TFO at that stage? Let's see. Schwartzman. So TFO took the tiebreak and they are 4-all. And TFO has a break point. TFO has a break point currently against Schwartzman. If he's able to convert here, he will be serving for the second set. And they could be leading then 2 sets to love. So, and also, like, what do you think? Like, I think personally that TFO has a better chance of beating Nadal than Schwartzman, actually. Belinda, thank you very much for joining. I hope to see you in a future stream again. Neil saying Norrie can make it go long. And after this, I think he will outlast Rublev. But really, Norrie needs to try and be clinical in 3 or 4 to be ready for Rafa. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think Norrie has any chance against Rafa. I just think it's a horrible, horrible matchup. But we'll see. We don't know, right? It's sports and anything can happen. Orange saying, oh, well, surprised and understatement. All you can say, more determined man won at the end of the day. David saying, amazing stream. I got to get some food before Bencic. Everybody that is joining for this one, please do not go anywhere. Join us and we will watch as David will be covering the match between Bencic and Pliskova. Oh, what a mouth-watering match that is going to be. I'm very looking forward to watching that with everybody else. But thank you very much, David, for joining me into slides. Nice to have you in the chat. Gary, congrats to Andre and Aman. Fantastic work. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Gary. Rublev Norrie could be outstanding. It could be. It could be. It will be quite an interesting matchup. Really don't know what to expect there. You have one aggressive player against the baseline player. Thanks for the stream. Good job. Thank you, Peaches. I really appreciate it. KC, thanks, Aman. Let's go, big foe. Yes, let's see whether TFO can get the W over Diego Schwartzman. Are you staying on for Rafa? No, that's too late. I would love to. Sometimes, like during the middle of the night, like when I wake up in the middle of the night, then I go to GTL and quickly check like what's going on with his match. And then I like listen to a few of the commenting on his match while I try to get back to sleep, which is not clever because, I mean, it just hypes you up further. But no, I won't be staying up for that match. But if I suddenly get awake in the middle of the night, I will check out what is going on there. But I know I won't be staying up for that match, unfortunately. I think it was like maybe like, I don't know. Like, I just think that also that match, it will be entertaining, definitely. But I feel like that one is so predictable that I don't think it's not going to be a competitive match. Aaron saying Medvedev is the only one that can beat Rafael. Well, Aaron, I think there's one other person that can beat him. And that person is Nick Kyrgios. I really do believe that Nick Kyrgios can beat Nadal on the big stage, but we'll have to see what happens. And that's what makes this Medvedev-Kyrgios matchup so interesting that we're going to watch later on. Gary Sinkevitova, Muguruza, Rublev, Shapo, TFO, Schwarzman, all outstanding matches today. Indeed, indeed. Is the TFO Schwarzman being streamed by GTL or not? I'm not sure. Gary saying, I want to see Nadal TFO on Ash. Yep, that could be an interesting match. Personally, I think that would make for a better match than Nadal versus Schwarzman. I'll have to see. Medvedev is the only one who can lose. The B should be an O. Okay, I got it. Medvedev is the only one who can lose to Kyrgios. Medvedev is the only one who can lose. No, your statement isn't language-wise correct. Do you mean like Kyrgios is the only one he can lose against? Is that what you mean? Because your statement currently reads, Medvedev is the only one who can lose to Kyrgios, meaning that all other players will win against Kyrgios, except Medvedev. I don't think that's what you mean. Because clearly that's not true, because Kyrgios won his first 3-round matches. You're saying TFO in 3 easy sets against Schwartzman, or are you meaning against Schwartzman? Yeah, not against Rafa. All right. So that's the net from my side. My voice is dead. I'm not going to be able to speak tomorrow, but it was completely worth it. I have so much fun. Thank you, everybody who joined me for this coverage. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And yeah, that's it from my side. Before you leave, please make sure that you hit the like button on this video. I would really, really appreciate it. And otherwise, thank you. I enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. And I'll see you again in a future stream brought to you by Game to Love. When I'll be back, I'm not sure at this stage, but I hope I will see all of you guys soon in a future stream. But for now, let's all get to the next stream by Game to Love. David will be covering Pliskova against Bencic. What's going to happen in that one? Well, we don't know, right? That's the beauty of the sport. And I'm just making small talk until I find the button. I'm trying to log out here. Okay, let's just see the chat here finally. Q is the only one who can beat Medvedev. Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, Kathy, nice for you to join like 10 seconds before I log off, but it was nice to see you quickly. Cheers, Neil. It was nice to see you again as well. All right, that's it from my side. Thank you very much. See you soon. That was the wrong button. Where is the button? This is awkward. Give me a while. I'm on my way. I'm just saying this is the longest goodbye. Where is the goodbye button? Honestly, I can't find it. I'm on my way, but I can't find. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye.